Okay,
Mhm.
I'm recording now.
Okay, cool. See, my thoughts with this. Remember to like and subscribe and ring that bell. But but also,
Yeah, those are your thoughts.
yeah.
I only think about pressing the like button and the subscribe button.
That's it. Those are the only things running through my head.
And
at
the
all.
bell. Don't forget the bell.
Don't forget to leave a comment.
Stop.
It really helps boost the algorithm.
I was trying to pull up the flag.
Oh,
I know. I'm trying to turn Garrick up. Did you know he's louder than you somehow?
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was this when
I don't know.
to his
Do I need to
chiropractor?
turn myself up a little bit?
No, you're fine. But it's like I have you on 180, I have him on 140.
Interesting.
Maybe he's just slightly closer to his mic.
Maybe.
I do have a pretty bad quality mic, so.
Yeah, my mic is like right next to my face.
Mine is too, it's just not,
Where's my sword? Where's my sword?
it's just not very good.
Wait.
We needed to take.
Yeah,
We
take
needed to
this
take.
one.
No, because we tried to
Yes.
pick up the other one and we couldn't. Remember?
No, I know, but that's... We couldn't, but this is the one we have to head to.
Oh right, we have to take him back.
This is for the other guy.
No, she goes to that one, the bottom one.
No.
Yes, I'm Italian. Do the fashion.
I'm
we're going.
I'm almost positive you're wrong.
You're
but I'll...
HIV positive. That's the only positive you are.
Look at that. First try. Anyway, my thoughts are this, where it's like...
To my joke. I loved that joke.
I heard it.
Thank you for laughing.
And he just chose to ignore it.
I chuckled, but I was mid other thought.
We're going south. Because you've got the wrong one.
My bad.
You want to go backwards like an idiot.
My thoughts are this. It's... I don't... People can believe whatever they want.
Yeah.
Like you say, it's your opinion. I would like to be able to change it to something better, but like
open,
it's your opinion.
You know? Like if you're stout in all of your beliefs, don't expect me to sit there and be like, yeah, well clearly you're right if you believe it's so bad.
Yeah. Oh, whoops.
Wrong.
Oh crap, sorry. That was wrong, but I meant to do the other one.
I was like, how did you forget? You've done this how many times now?
Cause have whatever beliefs you want, like, whatever. You know?
As long as they're fun.
And, yeah, as long as I'm dying laughing, I say it. But it's like, the second it becomes to the point where, whether you're actively harming someone else, or even just emotionally harming them, then that's not cool with me, because it's like,
I guess.
your beliefs, your opinions shouldn't be harmful to everyone else around you, you know? Or at least, like, such a massive part of people that need to be accepted, like his beliefs.
Do you want to know what I think it is? What I think the issue... Because you'll notice, if you try to talk to these people, like transphobes, homophobes, sexists, racists, whatever, there's no conversation. It is just you saying, hey, that's not cool, here's why, and they immediately blow you off. Yeah,
they're immediately like, you suck, idiot, walk away.
I think I know why they do that. Because if you go anywhere, and you go like, hey, I'm a little racist, you are immediately blown the fuck out of the water. Like, there's no discussion on your side, so they don't discuss it, you know? Like, no one's willing to hear out the reason why you're transphobic. Even, it's gonna be shit. Like, that's the thing. It's not gonna be a
my
good
thing
reason,
is...
But it's good to them.
I will hear you out.
Yeah.
I'll hear you out.
I'm gonna, like, you're not gonna start talking and I'm gonna be like, no, shut up, you're wrong, listen to me. But, like, at the same time...
It's literally...
Don't expect me to change.
It's literally what I've told Garrick. If you have a convincing enough argument, I will start being racist. If you can actually convince me that it is the way to go, I'll do it. Because I'm open-minded about it, you know?
Yeah. You should be open-minded to everything, but...
Yeah. You'd have to make a really...
on swapping.
Yeah, you'd have to make a really good fucking argument. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
You couldn't, like, bring up, like, oh, well, here's crime statistics in this really big shit.
Did you know that despite making up 13% of the population...
Yeah. Like, we can account for why that is. There's reasons for that. They live in places that struggle more. Places that struggle more tend to have higher crime rates, and not by a little bit.
By a lot.
Like, I live in a place where a bunch of, like, immigrants live. The crime rate is really high.
Not only that, but like that's another thing. It's like you're presenting to me an argument on why to be racist, but racism is what caused the thing to happen in the first place. Like, there wouldn't be so much crime, and this wouldn't be such a poor area if we were racist.
In defense, I don't think that's a good argument for the sole reason that it's not like that's their fault, you know?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
it's the same idea with, like, reparations. I've never agreed with reparations, because it's like, if you told me right now my, like, great-grandfather owned the most amount of slaves in, like, world history, that sucks, but, like, I didn't do any of that. I'm not gonna give you shit.
No, I've never believed in the sins of the father type deal.
Yeah.
Like, just like how I subscribe
is another one that I find absolutely fucking stupid.
Yeah, I subscribe to please win with. I subscribe to the mentality of the death of the artist type philosophy, which if you aren't familiar,
I am.
Is I'm talking to the audience right now. Right? No, I'm kidding.
You're talking to you in 3 hours. What do you want to know?
If you aren't familiar, James in the future, is the idea where it's like, oh, the artist or like musician, the actual artist, the actor, whatever type of art, the person itself might be terrible, but once their work is out there, it no longer becomes theirs, it becomes the people, you know? And you can disconnect that from their actions because, in my opinion, you put your own meaning into it. You know, you put your own reasons and your own life story and hardships and whatever into that piece, and it makes you feel like that because that's what you resonate with, you know? I don't look at, like, a song and be like, damn, I love that singer. Like, no, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm listening to music. Like, well, I mean, maybe if they have good vocals, but I mean, like,
more of what he did. But
yeah, exactly. Like, I'm listening to the music on its own.
Yeah.
And I'm putting things to that.
Honestly,
sure, they might be terrible people. I don't agree with them, and I might not, like, support them in the future. But what I've already been, like, I'm going to continue to do. I'm not going to be like, oh man, I hate. I hate how this person's so mean. Let me delete this entire thing because it's like I put my own thing onto that music.
Turf doesn't mean Harry Potter is automatically bad.
Yeah, exactly. Like everyone, it's not like, oh, J.K. Rowling sucks. Cancel Harry Potter. Like it's not like everyone now turned around and started hating it because everyone's created. They have their own memories, their own ideals, and everything linked to it. You know, people who say, oh, because they suck, that sucks, or whatever. Like, I don't understand that, because that's not what I see when I look at something.
The greatest example of death of the artist I can think of. Because it doesn't just refer to, like, they suck, it also refers to just, like, it's no longer their medium. You know, they have nothing to do with it anymore. It was when Charles Darwin was on his deathbed, he renounced evolution. Like, he was like, I don't believe in this shit. There's too many missing pieces for this. It's wrong. That doesn't mean we threw it out. Like, we found a lot of those missing pieces, and it's not perfect. But we can pretty confidently say it happened.
Yeah, at least in some respect.
It doesn't change the fact that evolution is, to some degree, a thing. Because Charles Darwin, the guy who initially was like, maybe this is a thing, decided it was wrong.
On the other side of the coin is the death of the artist, but in the worst way possible. Is the creator of the polygraph test, or the lie detector test. The guy invented it, which the polygraph test is literally just a thing that shows your vitals. Like, it is nothing
It just shows,
magic.
like, your heart rate and other things.
Yeah. And the idea is like, oh, you'll breathe faster and the heart will beat faster if you
get
lie.
Anxious if you lie.
Yeah. And so the guy invented it. A bunch of innocent people got sent to jail over it. And the guy who invented it he called it his Frankenstein's monster. Like, like, literally, that's like a quote. Like, he called it the worst thing he's ever created, and it should be lost to time. And yet so many people got sent to jail based on the fact that they got a little nervous when asked a question.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work. Like, if you're mildly confident in your answer, you can fool a lie detector test.
Yeah, because here's the thing. It doesn't work on people who know how to stay calm.
Yeah.
Because when they lie, they know how this works. If they just keep their cool, it won't show anything. But you've also got the opposite side of the people who aren't used to that kind of setting. Like, I don't care who you are, right? If you're locked in a cold-ass room on a cold-ass chair with a machine strapped to you, and 2 big cops are, like, yelling questions at you, you're gonna fail the test. Your heart rate's gonna go up. You're not gonna make it.
I'd placebo my way into failing the test. I'm 100% confident. I know how the test works. I know immediately how to pass it. I'd say something, I'd be like, my heart rate just went up, it spiked, it's over. Like, even though nothing happened. But then that would cause a spike and give me away. Like,
and it's funny. Like, nowadays, when you do heart rate tests, they demand you also have a camera watching the whole thing. Just so they can make sure, like, the cops aren't, like, secretly bullying you into having a higher heart rate.
Not, like, pretending to, like, punch you, make you flinch, and then, like, oh, see, she lied. Like,
yeah.
Which, like, legitimately happened back in the day.
Well, you know, especially, like, the American government system is really bad about this. I won't speak for Canada's, but the philosophy for the American government is not to, like, fix the people who have made mistakes and put them back into the world. It is to simply get them out of the way of the actual, like, public. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is literally the whole thing of, like, okay, I'm gonna put you in timeout. When you come out, if you do it again, you'll get put back in timeout. Except instead of, like, 20 minutes, it's 20 years.
I feel like Canada is the type of situation where I definitely think our jails might be slightly better, but that's based off of nothing but intuition.
That's based off of a deep-seated hope.
My coworker's husband is currently in jail.
Get fucked.
And he got put in the hole.
That's not...
Like, we have the hole here.
Like, he's dead?
No, like, you know, the solitary confinement? The stuff that's illegal here?
Yeah, okay.
They have that in that jail.
See,
and he's apparently going to make like $10,000 off of going to jail because of this.
Nice. I know, but in the hole used to mean, like, an actual hole, like they dug a hole and just threw you in it.
Oh, I've always heard the hole as solitary confinement.
No,
it's because it started. It was the oubliette was the original hole. If you're not aware of what an oubliette
they threw him in the oubliette.
Yeah, it is literally a hole dug in the ground, just big enough for you to, like, not be able to grab onto the bars and break them. And you just live in that.
Yeah,
it's usually too small for you to feasibly live in.
Yeah. Like, the place you're shitting is the place you're sleeping.
Yeah, you're using it as a pillow.
But, like, I feel like in Canada, it'd be the idea where it's like, Canadians would care if you brought it up, but nobody cares to bring it up.
They're not gonna.
Whereas I feel like in America, nobody cares to bring it up. But if you did bring it up, they'd be like, I don't care. They're criminals.
Yeah, it literally.
You know?
It's because America's, like, big thing is, this is where everywhere you go, but we tend to not see people as much. Like, we're just not as empathetic. Because of the way our class system works. Like, if you're poor, you're just gonna die of hunger. Sorry, not sorry.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah. Whereas other countries are small enough, like, it tends to be better with smaller countries. Like, China and India obviously have the same issues, because they're too fucking big.
Yeah, there's too much.
Yeah. Whereas with Canada, only half of, like, all of Canada has an actual population that I don't need just my hands to count on.
Legitimate statistic, 80% of Canada is just forest.
Yeah.
Like, no population, just forest.
And that means everyone, like, it's in, like, the old village days. everyone knows everybody. You know, if Dominic down the street gets arrested, and everyone saw that was that cop who instigated it, Dominic's gonna get free, and that cop's gonna get fired. Whereas in America, it's the worst, because it's gonna start a political discussion, because Dominic's friends on the street are gonna be like, well, hang on, that cop started it. And then we have to talk, because there's no fucking video. And it's obviously your friends are gonna lie for you. You know, they're the homies.
Yeah, that's how it works.
So what do you do? And the answer is just do it anyway.
The polygraph.
No, the answer is...
The polygraph, yeah.
Ooh, it's crazy.
Wow.
It cracks me up. It kills me to pieces. Because it's always been the thing of, like, everyone always talks, like, you know, oh, everyone should be equal. Everyone should be this, but like the second you go to prison, you're not a person anymore.
You don't.
You
became a number.
Yeah. Congratulations, you have now degraded to statistic.
It makes me filled with so much, just not like even sorrow, just disappointment of the fact when you look to other countries, better countries, with the better not jail system, but like a retainment system or whatever, where it's like, oh, in here, the only punishment is that you can't be outside. You know, I'm not going to treat you like
some word you're looking for.
Yeah.
The what?
Reformation.
Yeah, I think so.
A lot of places will like let you live your life in the day, and the downside is that you have to come back towards the evening.
Yeah.
So
there's a
like,
place
or anything.
I can't remember where it is, but there's a big jail where like everyone is. But they're like little apartments type things, so you get a bed depending on what you're in there for. You get like a kitchen with knives. You can go to like college.
Yeah,
like you get into like internet.
It's in the Netherlands.
Yeah. And then once you get good enough there, they move you to an island where you get, like, there's like a couple guards, but very few. And you get like full-blown houses, and like there's a community center and like everything. And then it's like, then you leave afterwards. You know, like it's actual reforming you. It's not just like, congrats, you went through hell for 10 years. Bye.
Yeah.
Like,
you better stay out of trouble this time, fucko.
Yeah.
I'm gonna...
You have nothing? No? Well,
is Colin's dad.
What?
James, did you hear about Colin's dad?
No?
Yeah.
He went to jail for, like, heroin, was it?
So, the story with my father, Mr. Greg, I don't know his last name. Greg...
Hold on. First, can I just say, this is the first I've ever heard you mention your father. Like, the entire time.
I have met him one time when I was 7, and I do not remember it. The only reason I know about it is because I brought it up to my mother that I didn't know what he looked like. And my mother was like, oh, you've only seen him like once. And it was like, when? Because I don't remember anything before like 13.
You know that massive gap of your life you don't remember? Yeah, your father was there. So.
Yeah. So Greg came, like, he was in jail when I was like born, like a year after I was born, for heroin. Like, he dealt heroin and they caught him. He was in jail for 5 years, got out, went back to jail, and they weren't as lenient on him because it's a return trip now. He got out, literally, like 2 years ago when I was talking about, like, oh, my dad's out of jail. That's kind of funny. And literally, his parents had started messaging me being like, hey, let's see if we can't, like, make this family actually a family. You know, I've never met you, but you are my grandkid. I'd like to. Right. And I was like, they've already said they're gonna buy me a food. I'm not gonna say no to free food.
No.
So I was like, fuck it. Worst comes to worst, I don't like him, I don't talk to him again, you know?
Yeah.
And in
Get a free meal out.
In the week of us planning the get-together, Greg went back to jail for heroin possession. I'm getting an name problem.
It was funny.
Fuck your kid.
I thought that was Garrick for a second, and I was like, oh crap.
Yeah, that's what
I
his
now
laugh-
can see my future. Like,
that's what his laugh sounds like.
Me laughing at you.
Garrick, your human voice
funny,
is
and
slipping.
he just does that.
Nah, fuck.
But yeah, it was.
Did you still meet up with your grandparents?
Nope. My mother hated them, and
Hmm.
I don't use Facebook, so I couldn't find them. And she would not give me their phone number and wouldn't give them my phone number. Despite the fact that I
dumb.
got onto it really bad, because it's not her decision.
No.
So,
Wrong.
yeah, I still, like, whenever we fight, I bring it up, you know? Like, if you're gonna be a bitch, own up to it. Own up to it.
Yeah.
Just be like, yeah, I'm a bitch. So what?
That is correct.
Don't play, like, these side games. Don't try to pretend like you're a saint, you know? That's the worst thing I can't get over with people, is when they think too highly of themselves. And I'm gonna be honest with most people, I think they think too highly of themselves. I have a very low value for other people.
I hate everybody, not literally hate, but it really
everybody.
bothers me. I hate everybody.
Yeah,
End of
including
sentence.
me.
No, including myself. No. I hate when people move past the point of self-confidence into
arrogance.
not even arrogance, but pretentious.
Ah.
You know, that's what bugs me. Arrogance already really sucks, but it's like, it makes it that much funnier when you fail.
Yeah.
But pretentious, it's you only do the things you're good at and never touch the things you suck at to have that air of superiority.
To be like, oh, I'm good
and
at
you,
everything.
Yeah, and you walk around with this I'm better than... Even if you could be nice to people. Like, I've met people who are really nice to people, but they're pretentious as anything. And I innately just do not like that person. Because it's like, you're very nice, that's great, but I know you look at me and are like, I'm better than you. And that I can't get over. Like, how dare
good
you?
at knitting, dude, but have you ever tried doing something else? Like, you would see it's not so easy to cook when you make something other than eggs.
There was this guy in our, both public school and high school.
Yeah,
And
it was me.
Garrick, I think you immediately know who I'm talking about.
Andrew, yeah.
Yeah, Andrew.
You know what?
What's
This actually is me. My middle name is Andrew, so...
Oh, okay, so it was you.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah.
But it was like, he had... What were you saying, Garrick?
It's not like a suit. He showed up in, like, not a suit jacket, but, like, that jacket you would wear over top of the suit. You know what I'm talking about? He wore that, like, every day of the winter, and you're like, dude, stop. Just wear a normal coat like the rest of us.
I get what
Yeah, no, like, he wore one of those, like, black French coats, which, don't get me wrong, like, looked great.
It did.
But
he also had a public school during recess.
Yeah. But he was a very smart guy, so he got, like, really high grades. I'm a smart person. But either I wasn't as smart as him, or I didn't care as much as him. I think it was more so I didn't care as much.
Yeah, nobody cared as much as he did.
Okay.
He was trying to be valedictorian.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, there's nothing wrong with, like, a lot of people do shoot for, like, high GPAs and stuff.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it was the fact that, like, he got better grades, and he equated his self-value to that, which is terrible, typically. But because he got high grades, better than a lot of people, he immediately latched onto, I am God.
Yeah.
Like, he was so
You
annoying.
got a C, I got an A. I'm smarter
but it was the type of thing where I hate the people who are nice and pretentious, because it's like, oh, good job, and it's like, oh, what'd you get? And it's like, oh, I got this, and it's like, oh, you mean 100%? Like,
yeah, my least favorite was those people in school who would be like, I did so bad on this test, I got a 90,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know what, go fuck yourself.
You do remember Ryan, right? I told you about Ryan.
Maybe.
Ryan was so some backstory, since you put it, we don't remember. Ryan was a part of our friend group in high school, and he was a fucking G for a long time. He was like a super loser, which was sad.
Yeah.
I remember going to his house one
I
day.
gotta say, you guys play Yu-Gi-Oh together. How was he a super loser to
Hang on.
compared to that?
Wait till you hear my description of his room when we went to his house, right? I went to his house one day, and in his room, he had a single mattress, no box spring, a curtain that was bright white on the window, so it didn't actually do anything, because it was bright fucking white. An Xbox 360, 2 controllers hooked into a box TV. That was about it.
Right.
The weird thing here, out of all of our friends, and me, he had the most money. Like, his parents were the richest out of everybody. But they were rich because they didn't spend money on anything.
What the fuck?
So it was terrible. I remember he was the guy I told you about with the Six Flags trip forever ago, where his mother, like the company his mother worked for, rented out the local Six Flags, an amusement park.
Jesus.
And their whole family, like, they count up how many family members you have. They're like, hey, how many do you have? They'll give you a free ticket to. Because it was like a big deal. Well, none of his family wanted to go. It was just him. So he grabbed his tickets. He went to school. He was like, hey, guys, who wants to go to Six Flags? It's free. Just bring money for, like, food and drinks, and you're golden. So it was, like, 4 of us. We went. It was the best trip ever. But the thing here was, he was, like, his parents really pressed him to get, like, A's on everything. Like, he was in the AP class, like, the college-level courses, and if he didn't get A's, they'd get mad at him, so he started really working for that. And in senior year, he literally just didn't talk to him. I never heard from him again after junior year. And all of our friend group, whenever he came up, it was about him being the biggest dick in the world. Because he finally realized that he had a good amount of money, more than most other people, and good grades, better than other people. And I remember, like, hearing that, and going like, what the fuck? Dude. It was the saddest existence ever, because he was one of those people that, like, he didn't even eat lunch with us. He ate lunch by himself so he could study. That's so sad.
Ow. Yeah, that's terrible.
Jesus.
That's so sad.
That is terrible.
With Andrew, it was always the thing. He gave the illusion that he never studied, but I know he went home and like cried because he he had to do good on this and beat everybody.
Yeah.
And
he had officially, like, designated, like, if you would choose to attach yourself to being top of the class, it's either get all A's or commit suicide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was just imagine pretentious in human form, and that was him.
Yeah.
And
he even had the haircut.
He did. He had, like, the pretentious rich boy, like, haircut, which looked good on him, but because he fit the bill.
Any other person would look at you and go, damn, really trying to look pretentious, huh? But it just fit him.
Yeah, he'd be like,
he already was.
Nice hair.
You are pretentious, so it looks
complete opposite side of, like, the spectrum. His twin sister was the nicest person you'd ever meet. Like, she was super shy, whereas Andrew was crazy extroverted because he was pretentious. She was super shy, really quiet, but super nice, and like was like a good person to hang around, like a funny person to like be friends with. But everybody was friends with Andrew because he was extroverted, he got good grades, and you like a lot of people are like, oh, I'm with Andrew, so I'm a smart student. There was this one girl, her name was Clarissa, not Matt's girlfriend, different Clarissa. Borzak, yeah. And she was just as pretentious as him, I don't know if they like fed each other like the like Ouroboros, like in one circle like thing, you know, like but she was just as pretentious. But the thing that bugged me most about her is that there would be times where she would pretend like she was stupid. Like she would get straight A's, but in natural conversation, she'd suddenly magically not know what the heck you're talking about and pretend to be an idiot. As if she's trying to, like, get down on our level. Like, it was the stupidest thing. I hated it.
I mean, it depends on the conversation, though. I will say, a lot of the people who get good grades are either socially inept or actually just kind of dumb.
She put on a ditzy, blonde, stupid person voice. Okay. And was like, what? Like a complete buffoon. And then would turn around and like ace physics or something stupid.
The only thing I can think of, I remember back then, it was like, it was even today, a lot of people do it. A lot of girls who are smart will try to like tone down around their boyfriend because they're, you know, it's the whole dynamic there of the guy's like, oh, I'm the big tough guy, you know. I run the relationship, I wear the pants, and a lot of guys will actively get mad if their girlfriend is smarter than them.
Because they feel intimidated.
Exactly. It's not even because they feel intimidated, it's just because it's not how it's supposed to go in their eyes. Like, in the very traditional relationship, the guy is supposed... Like, in the old, like, 50s relationship, the guy was just better at most things. Because the girl wasn't given those opportunities. And people have passed that on through their children. Most people today understand that you're going to be better at some things, you're going to be worse at others. That's just kind of how people are. Like, you and I have that relationship, you know. I'm better at some things than you. I'm worse at others. And that's going to be true for relationships. But a lot of people just can't grasp their head around it.
Yeah.
The thing that bugged me most about, like, Andrew and Clarissa was, like, as much as I was annoyed by them and as much as they were pretentious as anything, at some point I was actively friends with like both of them, more so Clarissa at one point than Andrew, but not because I was like, oh, I'm the smart kid. What was that, Gary?
I remember us in grade A, you and I were at our desk with Paige and David.
Yeah.
And that was a great time.
Yeah, like, the thing that bugged me most was that they were good people
until
behind the superiority. Yeah, until high school. But they felt like they had to hide behind the superiority to be liked. But, like, when I was friends with Clarissa, like, she never did the stupid ditzy thing. She never passive-aggressively bragged about her grades. Yeah. She was just a solid person until, like, eventually, I guess she was trying to impress somebody else and then, like, fell back into it. Yeah. But, it bugged me that that's what they think they need to do when I just want to be, like, like, I'm a friendly person. I like to be friends with people. Yeah, like, just be a normal human being.
Like, here's the thing. James and I were band kids. Do you think we gave a shit about your social standing?
Yeah. I was a band geek and a drama nerd. Like, I was at the bottom of the, like, ravine.
The only reason I had more social standard, like, social hierarchy than James was because I joined sports teams.
Yeah.
Now,
the only reason my name was known amongst people is because it was, oh, hey, there's that nice guy.
Everyone knew James as, like, the nice guy. Not, like, the nice guy in quotation, but, like, the nice guy.
Now, the best thing, though, is there's a chance, a small chance, but when you go past self-confidence, you can go to pretentious, you can go to arrogance, or you can go to my absolute favorite one, self-righteousness.
Oh, God.
I do not know. Pretentious people, I can put up with, right? I don't want to, but I could have a conversation with you. Arrogant people, usually you can just blow the carpet out from under them super easy.
Oh, yeah, no, you can just call them a moron and just watch as they go,
As they physically melt into the floor, not understanding how you don't understand they're better than them. But self-righteous people, you cannot talk to, because every other sentence out of their mouth is going to be, in some way, letting you know that they think they're better than you. And they're the best because they'll tell you why. They'll tell you you look like shit directly to your face. And, like, talk about why your hair is so bad, why your shoes look old, and how they're better in every way. And it's like, dude, I do not give a shit.
You can't turn it around on them. Not because they don't have the flaws, but because they choose to ignore all their flaws.
They either don't think of it as a flaw in the first place, or have inhaled so much copium that they physically cannot see the thing you're calling them out for.
My favorite thing to do with those kinds of people, and really like that under the umbrella category of just like bullies in general, is ignore them. It's so funny to watch somebody try and tell you that they're superior and that you suck, and you agree with them, or you just don't speak.
My favorite is not either of those. You're not agreeing with them, you're not ignoring them. You're saying, okay.
You're just like, yeah, alright. Like, you just like as if you don't even care what they're saying. It's watching them crumble under the weight of their own ego is the best.
Because their mind goes rampant, because they're like, oh, this is a fucking peasant. This is a fly I could blow on and he'd die. And then they walk up to you. They share their opinion in their mind to bring you up to their level, to make you better, and you completely disregard it.
It's the idea that they walk up, they walk up, they see you as a cockroach, and try to kill you, but you're a cockroach, and they don't die. They're like, excuse me?
I don't know what it is. It's fucking... I love... I don't know, I love people who are just a little too full of themselves in general.
Oh my God.
I don't know what it is. Out of every class of people, they are the most likely to make an absolute fool out of themselves in any situation.
Oh, and it is so fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's everything from, like, the local, like, guy at Walmart throwing an absolute bitch fit because they ran out of sauce or something, to the guy at the movie theater throwing popcorn around like an 8-year-old child because it wasn't buttered the way he likes. Everything.
Yeah, I have to deal with those people all the time.
Yes,
there was one lady threatening to sue over tomato, and as it turns out, it wasn't an allergy thing. She just doesn't like tomato.
Nah, that's fair, though.
She threatened to sue
No, hang on. What's the context
tomato.
here? Like, did she ask for a burger with, like, no tomato and there was tomato on it?
Yeah, that happened once. That is actually the story of what happened there. Yes, it did happen. But it happened once, and she's been back 5 times since then.
Now, see, the thing you're supposed to do...
threatened to sue every time, and every time I go, okay.
Yeah. I don't know about you. I know some people will lie down and just take it. I don't. I will send it back, but I'm not going to be, like, super harsh about it. Maybe like, hey, I ordered no tomato on this, and then I'll, like, open the sandwich to show the tomato.
Yeah, most places will go, oh shit, my bad, I'll remake that for you.
I'll either be like, because I rarely order something without. I'm pretty lenient on stuff, but it's like, if I get it, I'm like, oh.
Whatever they offer.
Literally anything it comes with, give me that. And like in Subway, Chipotle, places where you get to decide what it comes with, I just get everything. I
did.
The only thing I ask when we went to is like mushrooms. I don't enjoy mushrooms.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I ask not to have on there. It feels like I'm chewing on a spongy testicle, you know?
Yeah.
I meet Garrick, John, Emily, and I went to a fish and chips place.
Okay.
And
I love it there.
I love fish and chips, but I decided to get the burger because of curiosity.
Are we talking fish and chips, like fish and chips, or fish and chips as in like the British
fries.
version? Okay.
The British version.
British
It's Canada, so when we say
like
chips in that context,
I just need to make sure, because I was sitting here thinking like, you know, some fish fillets and like some Doritos.
It's breaded fish and fries, and it is fucking good. It is a grease bar, sure.
Yeah.
It is amazing, though.
I know what it is, like the British version is. I just need to know.
Yeah.
Because we have a different version here.
That's the only time we say chips and meat fries.
Yeah.
Because we're part British.
Terrible. At least in Britain,
yeah.
they always say chips.
Anyways, but we went to this, and I didn't realize they sold burgers, but Garrick got a burger, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I like to try new things. Let me try it. He walked up, he ordered his burger, and the guy rambled on.
To just say I asked for everything.
Yeah,
like, hey,
I know.
Yeah, put it on there. And
He's like
listing it all off.
Yeah, he rambled on for like a minute and a half of like all these different things he could have, which was great. They had like so much stuff, but again, I'm not. There's nothing I don't like except for like 3 things.
Yeah.
I don't remember what your list is.
And you what?
I don't actually remember what your list of things you don't like is.
I'll get to it in a sec.
It's carrots.
But it's 3. Actually, I can eat those raw. I can eat a raw carrot any day. Anyway, but
you said carrots.
He lists off this long list, and I'm behind Garrick. I'm next.
Yeah.
And so he lists off this long list. Garrick was like, I'll have everything, or whatever he said. Like, and he's like, everything okay. And he like sits there and punches it in. And I walk up, and I'm like, could I have a burger? And I say, with the works. And I'm assuming you know what that's saying.
With the works means everything.
Yeah, literally everything. And he punches into the computer, and an option, like, on the receipt, like, the digital, like, thing, comes up with burger the works, like, under it. And I'm like, dude, there's a button for that? Like,
see,
it is amazing.
Yeah, I'm the same way with shit. I absolutely love Subway. And I've already told you how much shit I get on my sub sandwich.
You run it through the garden.
Yeah, it comes back having taken a lifelong stroll. But I remember...
I can't say that because the people that are local Subway don't know what that phrase means.
It's so sad. I went to Chipotle with my sister. She kindly offered to, like, get me some Chipotle and was like, hey, it's my treat. You want to come with me? So we ate there, we played some cards. But I remember when we were ordering, she got like a bowl, got some things on it. And I remember I ordered the burrito. It's the classic Chipotle experience. I'm not going to get anything else. And I got the veggie burrito. And the veggie burrito is special. Because if you get a veggie burrito, the toppings that would cost extra, like guacamole, are free. You can just get them.
By veggie burrito, do you mean vegetables or veggie meat?
It is veggie meat.
Okay.
Yeah. It's mostly vegetables with like some veggie meat in it.
Yeah. But some places like Subway, it's not a veggie sub. Has no meat on it.
Yeah.
You know?
No, nothing like that.
But anyway.
And I loved it because there's the second half of the bar where it's all this stuff you can put on it. We've officially left the realm of like, okay, here's your main ingredient. My sister's sitting there. The lady's like super nice. You know, she's doing the thing. She's like, okay, you want some of that? Oh yeah, sure. You can have some queso on the side. Here you go. I walk up, and I remember I asked one thing because I didn't know what it was. I was like, what is that? And she tells me it was some kind of salsa. And I was like, oh okay, I'll take some of everything. And she looked at me and was like, okay, so you want some lettuce? Like starts on the left side. And is like clearly going down the row, and I'm not playing that game, so I go, I'll take some of everything. That includes the lettuce. And she moves on. Yeah. The next thing was the cheese, and she's like, so some of this too. And I'm like, literally just go down the line. Every single thing you see here, I want some. And you can tell she kicked into like mobile order mode. Because she didn't even stop to look at me anymore. She just grabbed what it was, like a serving size of it. Threw it on the burrito, and then reached in for the next one. And I remember picking up that burrito easily weighed a full pound, bare minimum. I loved it. It was delicious.
The 3 things that I do not like.
Here, let me guess. Hang on, let me guess.
Yeah, please.
Give me a hint first.
Also, green peppers is one of them.
At the moment, I know there's a 3rd thing, but I can only think right now.
We're about to play 20 questions here. Is it a meat?
No.
Is it a vegetable?
Yes. No.
Is it a kind of pepper?
Yes.
Is it green peppers?
Yes?
What do you mean, yes?
That's you got your answer.
Is it banana peppers?
No.
Okay. Are they all peppers?
What do you mean, are they all peppers?
There's 3 things you said. Are they all peppers?
I said I can only think of 2.
Oh.
So, like,
So
I'm
one of
only
them-
going off 2 right now.
Is
But
one of
no.
them green peppers?
Yes?
I don't know what that means.
Keep doing, man.
You said you have 2 things, for sure. Is one of them
I know.
green peppers?
Yeah?
Fucking hate him.
Final guess. The other one is beef jerky.
No. Derek, would you like to guess?
I got no fucking clue. Like I said, peppers was my guess, and you keep on doing the question. Yes.
Peppers is... Yes. I do not like any bell pepper, which includes green peppers, but it also includes red, orange, and yellow, which is why I said yes.
You know what?
Like,
You have officially earned your designation as Turbo Virgin. Congratulations.
No, incorrect.
I am going to get a plaque made of you. You know how like they have like at companies they'll have like CEO and then Jonathan. It's gonna be you. It's gonna be James Smith, Turbo Virgin.
Yeah, I am completely correct. Not a turbo virgin. I do not like bell peppers. Gross. Do not like it.
They are delicious. I like green. I like red. I like banana peppers. I like all of them.
No, they just
Anything
don't.
With the word
I like
pepper
banana peppers. I like every other kind of pepper. I just don't like bell peppers.
Now, hang on. Do you eat them by themselves, or do you put them on something?
Doesn't matter. Putting them in something, frying them up, having them stuffed, whatever. A bell pepper, just can't do it.
Yeah, why? What's wrong with it?
If they're in something and cooked, then it's, like, easier. I just don't like the flavor. Like, I'm not a texture person either. Like, the texture's fine. Okay. It's just the flavor itself. I don't know. It's just, I don't like it.
Dude.
It's not something where it's like, oh, that's disgusting, I'm gonna vomit. It's just like, I'll taste there's peppers in it, and I'll be like, I will enjoy this significantly less now.
I can understand it if it's like out by itself, because I know some people love to eat just like jalapenos, like raw jalapeno, and I don't care for it.
I would never just eat a raw jalapeno, but if there were jalapenos in something, I'm fine with that.
Exactly.
Raw or pickled, either way.
Like, even so far as like it's half the dish. Like, have you ever had a jalapeno fucking, I don't remember what it's called. It's basically
popper?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
It's literally just cheese around
I've had those. Yeah, I love those.
Breaded. That's delicious.
Oh yeah.
But that's almost eating a raw jalapeno. But that little bit of cheese and bread is fine. It's good.
Sometimes it is bacon and cream cheese.
That's if you're an absolute loser.
That's how my dad. They are fucking
Tell your
delicious.
dad I called him.
Does he bread them?
Nope.
No.
We grow the jalapenos ourselves too.
Yeah. Because I've had both kinds. I've had the breaded with the cheese, and I've had the like raw pepper, no breading, like with cream cheese, no bacon in it though.
I know you wrap it in bacon, stuff it with cream cheese, and then bake that bit.
What you want to do is grab a goat and just have that.
I don't know how that'll fit in the pepper, but I'll try.
Nah, you give him the pepper and watch him lose his shit because he's an animal and you've just fed him a pepper.
The other thing. Do you want to guess that one also?
No.
We'll actually play a game of 20 questions.
Okay.
Garrick, you're in charge of keeping count.
Alright.
Is it a vegetable?
Yes.
Is it a fruit?
No.
that one wasn't.
Yes? No, I'm kidding.
That one wasn't a real question. I'm sorry.
I know.
Are you going to count that?
No.
Still that one.
Are you sure it's not beef jerky? No.
Is beef jerky considered a vegetable?
Is it a type of bean?
No.
Is it a type? Does it grow in the ground? Like not on a plant or anything? Just straight out of the ground?
I'm not really sure. Let me
Like,
look.
okay, I was gonna say, like, with peas, they come in a pod, they grow in a vine. Carrots grow straight in the fucking ground.
like...
Carrot, potato.
Yeah.
Like it is a root. Is it a root or like an actual like plant-based thing?
Pretty sure it's just a plant.
Alright.
Is that your second question?
The answer's maybe, then. Yeah, that's the second question. You count maize. Is it green?
Yes.
Okay. Is it always green?
I believe so. I've never seen it any other way.
Okay. Yeah, it's not an apple, I can tell you that. Is it smaller? Hang on. Is it smaller than a tennis ball? It's not peas. You had to think about it. The plant itself, like the part
you don't know how big my peas are.
The part you would cut up and eat, obviously.
If
it grows on a fucking bush, yeah, the bush itself is bigger than a
like
tennis
the thing. Like big, like some tomatoes get fucking massive.
Yeah.
Like squash, pumpkin.
Then the answer. Then the answer is it can be.
it can be, but if I have to think about it a certain way for it to apply.
I don't know.
Define big. Let me say that.
I said, is it bigger than a tennis ball? That was the example I gave. A tennis ball. Is it bigger than that?
Yes.
Okay. How many questions am I at?
4.
4. God damn.
You haven't asked many.
I'm making waves out here. It's green, a vegetable, and bigger than a is it a watermelon?
That is a fruit, and technically also a berry, fun fact. But no.
I know. I didn't know about the berry thing, actually, but thank you.
Yeah, because it grows from a singular seed, which is what you classify as berry, it is a berry. Same with avocados, grapes, pumpkins, not strawberries or raspberries or blueberries. Those are all not berries.
I do remember those ones were not technically berries, and it was kind of fun.
Cucumber and therefore pickles are also berries.
Alright, speaking of which, is it a pickle? Is it pickle shaped? Like, is it that rough, that long cylinder?
Yes.
Yeah. Why'd you say it like that? You sounded upset. It's not a pickle, is it?
No, I love pickles.
Okay. I was gonna say, dude, that's pretty basic, bitch. It's not like pickles. Is it a cucumber?
No. I used to not like cucumber, but I've had more of it in the a bit ago, so I like it.
I'm not the biggest fan, but if they're there, they're there, you know.
Yeah, like I'll have it in salads and stuff.
Yeah.
But I couldn't just eat it. Emily, you should. I've seen it. It's a sight to behold. Will take a full cucumber from her fridge and eat the entire thing as a snack. Like, no lie, she'll cut off the ends, the like gross inedible parts or whatever, and hold it like a drumstick and eat it. It's unbelievable. Anyway, like she loves cucumber.
Cucumber, I don't know what it is. They just don't do anything. They don't take away. They don't do anything for it.
Yeah, I'm about the same.
No. I would never put them on a burger. That's about it.
It's nice crunch to add to things, but like...
Honestly, I don't care what it is. I would prefer croutons to cucumbers.
I would like to try cucumber sandwiches. I've never had those. Yeah. But like, if there's a whole classification of sandwiches about them, maybe they're good.
It's not.
No?
No, it's
okay.
Not. Have you ever had like cheese and crackers, like made like little sandwiches out of that? It's kind of like
I've had a Lunchable before.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like that, but imagine like you got the Lunchable, and instead of crackers, you just had cucumber slices.
All right.
They're basically the same thing, and as you can imagine, it's not very good. Is it something that someone would look at in a supermarket and make a sex joke about?
Potentially.
That's a good question. What are you laughing about?
I'll say yes.
Yeah, no, so it's
Yes.
not. Well, it might be eggplant.
Eggplants are purple, aren't they?
They can be green.
Ah, okay.
Did you ask if it was green?
I said it was always
did.
green, and he said he's never seen one that's a different
I've never seen it any other way.
Yeah, so it's definitely not an eggplant.
Yeah, I actually very much enjoy it.
Eggplants are fucking delicious.
Remember, this is one of currently 2 things that I just don't like. That's a very short list for all the food on Earth. Like
that's why my initial questions were like, is it a vegetable? You know,
Yeah,
is it
like-
a type of bean? What shape is it? That kind of thing. Is it something I would see at a Subway?
No.
No, damn. I might not know what it is, though, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, maybe you can ask that as a question.
Is it common at all?
Yes.
How many questions did that put me at?
9.
Dude. I see. I felt like I was running out. I don't know why.
How many you're at? Sorry.
9.
9.
9.
Like about to hit the
Yeah,
halfway.
half these questions are you joking around about watermelons?
I like watermelon.
And I will say, I've thought of the third thing, but I don't even fully count it. But this just means it's not like it's inedible to me. I've never found something I can't eat because I hate it.
Yeah,
it's just
I'm
something that I really would rather not be.
I'm not trying to think of foods that I hate.
Yeah. No, I know that.
Does it taste sweet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
I'll be honest
I
with
don't eat it much, so.
unless you don't understand what a cantaloupe is, and it's cantaloupe.
I love cantaloupe.
Yeah, I actually don't know what it is. I don't know any cylindrical green vegetables that have a sweet taste.
I'll give you a bit more. It is not a cylinder, but it is long.
It's not a. Oh.
Like, it is not a perfect cylinder.
Okay, it's just a long green plant.
Yeah.
I have an idea as to what it is.
Yeah, go ahead. What is it? We'll count this as one of my questions.
My guess is is it string beans?
He already asked, is it a type of bean?
He said it wasn't a bean.
I thought you were referring to does it grow in the ground kind of thing.
I said, is it a type of bean?
Yeah, that applies to everything.
That it implies, every aspect. Because you can't say no. Because string bean is not a bean. But what if I count it,
Yeah.
Alright. Nice question, dumbass. Sorry. I get carried away in 20 questions. It's a very intense game.
Do we count me being a dumbass as a question?
Oh, sorry. If I hit somebody really hard with it, would it hurt?
Yeah, it depends on who you're hitting, but yeah.
So maybe.
You're hitting somebody with something.
Would the plant survive? Would I still be able to just hold it the way I did before?
No.
If I hit, okay. Is it a type of rice?
No. I highly doubt it. No.
But potentially.
In some weird universe, maybe. But no.
Fuck, man, I have no idea. I don't know. I just don't know the shape. It's not even that I don't know the shape. It's long and green and sweet. I initially was gonna talk about those, the ones that just have a long green stem. That could work. But I don't know any of those that are sweet and you could hit somebody with and have it, not fun and have it be okay. Or not be okay. I guess.
What do you mean? Long green stem?
Some plants have a long ass green stem that has to get chopped off before they give it to you.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. Unless it's an avocado.
I love avocado.
Then I have no fucking idea. What is
How many questions he got left?
He's got 17. Sorry, not 17. 7 left.
7 left.
I
Come
just,
on, you might as well.
it's not even that I don't have, like, it's that I physically do not know any plants that fit all of the questions I've asked so far.
Ask stuff about food.
Food? No.
If I've eaten this, like, what,
Yeah, I
you
assume
know,
you've
have I eaten it in, or with, or...
Again, it's not... It's... My mind does not know a plant that fits the ones we have. And giving more qualifications isn't gonna help. It's like if you asked me, do you know a female ginger kid that walks around with a shirt wearing, you know, and it's got like the Slayer logo on it? If you give me more details, it's not gonna help, because I don't know that already.
Yeah.
Like, it's not gonna, it's just not gonna save me.
Garrick, you got 7 questions to work with, then.
Oh, motherfucker.
So we know it is long, green, and if somebody got smacked with it, it may hurt, but wouldn't survive the smack.
Yeah.
At least not in its original form.
Alright.
You know what? Hang on.
Is
It's on the... No, shut up! It's on the tip of my
Jesus
tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's the... It looks kind of like broccoli, but it sucks.
cauliflower?
Asparagus.
I like asparagus.
Did I mark that as a question?
That was a question.
that does fit in the parameters.
It does.
But again, it is not perfectly cylindrical.
No, but it's a long green
shut
vegetable.
up, my guess.
Well, I was talking to him. You shut up.
I tried to make a guess and you interrupted me.
Because I had a really good guess, and you're going to ask something stupid, I can already tell you.
Is the actual edible part inside a casing?
No.
Okay, so not peas.
He said it was bigger than a tennis ball.
Some of them get pretty fucking big.
So again, the peas do not get bigger than a tennis ball.
I grew in my fucking garden, man. I've seen them.
Yeah, that's fantastic, man.
The peas themselves, no, but the pod.
And then guess what the fucking food is? The food is what we're going for. It is not bigger than a tennis ball.
You know what? You had 13 questions and got nowhere.
You know what?
I want to hear it from you.
Yeah, I could give you 100 and you jack off after asking 7.
Can we stay on track?
Hang on. I have the perfect like image for this.
What the fuck are you pulling up?
I am going to send it to the Voltex chat. Hang on just 1 second.
Wait for call.
Eric, you can...
James goes to check. We did have 2. Later, 3 people fighting, and 2 of them absolute nerds.
I like how it has 113,000 views.
I like it how it has a negative little ratio.
I know.
Okay,
It was a good reaction image. Is it zucchini?
I love zucchini.
Motherfucker.
And that also can be yellow.
I didn't know that, actually.
Most of the time it's yellow, actually.
I didn't. I thought it was all
Actually, I mainly see it green. Actually.
Really? I mean the same
Yeah,
one.
generally. At least when we buy it in my family.
I've never seen... The only zucchini I've ever seen is like a very deep green.
Oh yeah, I can come in yellow.
Because broccoli isn't cylindrical.
No.
And I know James likes broccoli.
Is it cauliflower?
I do.
That's not a question. Don't answer.
Dyed green.
I'm trying to fucking think, man.
I'm like, at this point, I'm scared I've said something that's just incorrect. Which is very possible.
My knowledge of vegetables is like limited to what we grow, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not the biggest vegetable nerd.
I can guarantee both of you have heard of this vegetable.
Oh yeah, no,
I would bet my life on this.
Hearing about it.
If I haven't
just
heard
remember
about
what
it,
it is at
I
the
will
moment.
be claiming that debt. Just so you're aware.
Go for it. But if you lie, I get to claim your life.
Is it a high percentage of water?
Garrick, are you about to ask if it's a watermelon?
No.
I believe so. If it's okay, I'll say if it is not a high percentage of water, it is not very dense. I'm not sure how much water is actually in it. I think quite a bit. But if there isn't all that much, then it's just not a dense.
Does it have like a good nutritional value? Orange comes out yellow and orange half the time, Colin.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not counting that as a guess.
No, I wouldn't either. Anything that he's guessed that just innately can't be true does not count.
I see. Like I said, I'm not a huge vegetable person. Like,
nutritionally, I don't think it's very valuable. Like, you could definitely get it from other stuff, like whatever it does have. Yes, it is celery.
does it share its name with a container for water?
Colin, we already got it.
Yeah, I was about to say, Eric literally just that.
I know.
I was sitting there like, okay, hold on, what am I thinking of? I'm like, hold on. And is it the taste that bothers you, or is it?
It is the taste that bothers me. Again, I'm not a texture person. It's the same with peppers.
What do you do with peanut butter?
There's got to be a lot of peanut butter I've tried with peanut butter. Because again, I try it different ways. Like, I've had it with like cheese whiz on it and peanut butter and whatever. Same with peppers. I've had it in a million different things.
Like when I go and like prepare tuna, I mix a bit of celery in there, just so it's not just tuna.
I don't mind it in like seasoning stuff, where it's like if somebody's making a stew and puts celery in it, that's fine. I'm just not going to eat the celery chunks because it's good for that.
It's going to get drowned out anyway.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to be a taste in the stew.
It's the same with peppers, and celery is very similar, where it's a good taste, like it's a sweet taste in the beginning, but it's that very hard aromatic, like almost bitter like aftertaste, like immediately after, that I don't like. If that makes sense. And maybe that's just how my taste buds work.
I can agree celery actually has a pretty bad aftertaste.
Yeah.
Especially by itself. Like, if it's in something, you can just taste something else. I will say, I am, like, the worst person to, like, if I live in your house, you have to specifically tell me what vegetables you're planning to use for dishes. Because, like, if you buy broccoli to, like, put in a stew or something, by the time we're gonna make that stew, I'm gonna be eating them like fucking Doritos. Like, there's not gonna be any left.
Many vegetables I can't just eat raw. Nothing against them. It's just like, I don't know. I'd rather cook them.
It's not so much that I love to eat them raw. It's a sheer fact of like, if I'm hungry, I'm gonna eat something, and I'm gonna sit there. I'm gonna go, I'm not hungry enough to make, like, a meal, but I also don't want to, like, get super fat, and I don't want to eat, like, chips. What's something I could eat that is low calorie, but will fill me up? And I'll look down and I'll see, like, a bag of broccoli, and I'll look up at the camera and go,
I've thought of the last one. Do we want to do 20 questions with that? It will go by much quicker.
Sure. Me and Garrick will take turns this time since he's playing.
Okay.
Alright.
That means
Eric, you can start.
That means you have to keep track of the questions, though, because we're both playing.
Okay, I can do that.
I have the tally counter on my phone.
Oh, okay.
That's how I was doing it before.
I was just gonna do 1 like 0 plus 1, and then just press equals on the calculator.
Alright, I'm gonna go first.
Yeah.
Is it a vegetable?
No.
Look at the technicalities.
Is it a vegetable?
Yes. Thought of 2 separate ones for each of you.
Is it a meat?
No.
It's a fruit.
Is it a fruit?
No.
Is it a type of bread?
No.
I would have guessed green, but you know. We're at 4 now.
We gotta get our food groups going.
Is it a type of candy?
No.
Hey, that's a type of vegetable.
Is it?
I know I don't have any bad candy dislikes because I actually enjoy that joke soap tasting gum. Like, I will actually eat that and be like, oh, this is weird, and still eat it. So
I have said I enjoy black licorice because I like the taste and I don't have to share it with people.
The big
except me.
Unless I'm hanging out with James.
Yeah.
The biggest test, honestly, for if you're a candy person or not, is if you just randomly dunk your hand into any Halloween bowl, would you eat when you pull out more often than not?
Usually.
Yeah.
If the answer is yes, you're probably a candy. Is it a grain?
Yes.
Oh,
Gotta get
green.
those foods going.
Technically, I specified a bit more, but technically, following the Canada Food Guide, grains does not exist as a food category anymore.
Why?
Yeah, not anymore.
Because it's dividing it up so much made the plate ratio unbalanced and
Yeah,
just not
too
as healthy.
bad. Okay.
Alright.
Fair.
Is it a glutinous grain?
I don't believe so.
Is it a what?
So like anything we would use
Does it
to make
contain
bread.
lead?
Oh.
So like wheat and stuff like that. So we narrowed down like wheat and all that
I'm
stuff.
gonna be
But-
honest, I barely know anything about grains.
Well, we're looking at rice right now.
Mostly.
Okay, well,
is it a
you
type
can-
of rice?
you can ponder on it. Now at this point, I'm scared. I've said something incorrectly.
Yeah,
Why
you're the
are
one
we-
that called it a grain.
Why are we pondering on it?
You know, I'll go. Let's go. It is a vegetable. We'll say that.
It is a vegetable.
Because I think
Hang on.
more vegetable.
That was our very first question.
Yeah,
I
well, that was
demand
the
all of
very
I
those
know.
back.
No, you will get them back. You will get them.
We're going back to 1. Colin, you're at 2.
I'm
This is
being
bullshit, James.
being
Yeah.
If it is coloring
It's grain. It can be grain-like,
Alright, so
like in certain
yeah, I get you.
the ways to look at it.
It's
so.
close. We're going back to question 1 then. Is it a vegetable? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Question
Colin, you're
2 falls to me. Is it a vegetable?
No.
Yeah, I can't believe I got to make that same joke twice in the same game of 20 questions. God, funny. Is it something I would eat with beef?
Ooh.
Not mixed in, but maybe on the side.
Okay, so no. What kind of fucking idiot puts vegetables on the side?
Give me a second. My mother needs to speak with me,
About what?
and I have to go to the washroom.
Tell
So-
her I called her Jewish.
No.
I like seeing the same Discord overlay twice. Because I see his Discord, because we're in Parsec, and now I see mine on the second monitor.
I like to point out because I have nothing to look at. I just kind of, all I do is just kind of have the chat blown out because I don't feel like playing games right now. I just want to talk.
Yeah, that's what we're
Yeah. Are you guys just not playing any games?
doing. we have Wind Waker up, we just haven't been playing it. We've been having a conversation. Bet your ass I'm still gonna upload this to YouTube. This is gonna be our episode where we have a podcast in the middle of it. Everyone,
Oh, no.
this is the first time the chat's gonna see the meme I sent earlier. So, it's fun.
Everybody remember, like and subscribe and ring that little bell icon.
I'm gonna just start stealing YouTuber intros, like, you know how every YouTuber has their
Top of the
own
morning
intro.
to you laddies, my name's Jack.
I'm gonna like get like a random table and just go down the list. Play that. My favorite part about uploading literally ever, like unedited footage to YouTube, is that at some point some random guy is gonna watch our videos, and Gums is gonna tab out to Discord and see in actual that our server picture is an actual piece of hentai. And he's gonna report me to YouTube. And since all of my videos have this at some point or another, every single one of them is gonna get flagged.
I don't think it would count if it is that small. Like, the fact that you can barely make it out, like, you forget about it sometimes, you know?
I'm just saying, man.
It's there,
If you've
yeah.
got a 1-inch Grinch, you still can't walk around in public with it, you know?
I'm pretty sure it's the motherfucker with the 1-inch Grinch that's going to be reporting this.
You've heard it here. If you report this video, you have a small penis.
Shit, hold on. I got a way to do it gender neutrally. You ready? If you report this video, you have no ass. None.
Some fit guys, like, they love having a flat ass.
If you are a fit dude with no ass, that's sad.
It is.
I worked out for like a little bit and got kicked. Oh.
Yeah, but let's be fair when we say that, like, working out for muscle and working out for looks are two completely different regimens.
Oh yeah, no. Like, if you're working out for looks, that is a very different thing. Like, I need to do it for muscle.
No.
I'm going to have cake. It's just
Why do you need to do it for muscle? Are you just like
firefighting, remember?
right.
I gotta be strong, man.
You don't have to. You can't just let everyone die to the fire. It's kind of them problem.
I believe it was Garrett's turn.
It was.
I want my keyboard functions back.
Colin, what was your question?
My question. We asked, is it a vegetable? I asked, is it a kind of rice?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
You asked, is it something I would have with meat?
Right.
Right, I believe you said beef.
I said
Yeah,
beef. And
I
he
think,
said
yeah.
not in it, you might have it on the side. Which is a funny way of saying no. Because, again, who the fuck has vegetables on the side?
Is it a green
I
vegetable?
do.
I do. Most people do, actually.
Yeah.
That's where the.
I mean, you probably could eat it with beef, like, together, but
It's just
I've never eaten it that way. Yeah.
Is it a green vegetable?
Yes. Or, it can.
Alright. It's a maybe. I'll take it.
Just to follow down the avenue of green, you'll probably get there quicker. But it
It can.
the
not
thing I'm imagining me cannot also not be green.
Is it bigger than a tennis ball? When we're talking about foods, that is a really good question, because that's
No,
a
it
very
really actually
big
is.
marker, you know?
Yeah, 'cause it rules out, like, heads of lettuce and stuff like
yeah,
that.
exactly. If you say yes, every little fucking bean is out of the question. If you say no, I don't have to worry about all the big-ass vegetables in the world.
I'll say no.
You'll say no. Now, is the answer actually no, or are you just saying?
I'll just say it. So, no. We'll just change the green answer to yes. I don't want you guys confused so much.
Alright.
So we'll just change the
This
is it green answer to yes.
This doesn't count for the question. Was it one of those things where it's green when it's ripe and a different color when it's not?
It's more so one of those things where it's like, to my knowledge, they're the same thing, just a different color.
In Hawaii, it's yellow.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
It's your turn.
That's right, your question was, is it as big as a tennis ball?
The answer was no. Was the answer yes or no? I forgot.
No, sorry, the answer was no.
Okay.
Right, so it's a small vegetable.
I have to be honest with you. When there's like 50-50s like that, and I don't know the answer, I guess. to make it seem like I was listening. I don't know if you've been able to tell yet.
I've noticed, yeah.
If I get it wrong, I can attribute it to a misunderstanding. If I get it right, then you're like, oh, he's listening. He heard.
Yeah, oh, he's obviously paying attention.
Yeah. Oh, that was a piece of water.
That is incorrect. Okay.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a question.
Does it have a decent nutritional value?
Yeah, I think you need to define decent.
If I ate this, like if I ate like a handful of this, would it help? Does it contain a good amount of vitamins and minerals?
That's a good amount.
Fucking.
Set like an example, dude.
I feel like James knows what I mean when I say this. Like if I eat a bunch of it, it's going to do something and not just be like, oh.
If you eat a bunch of anything, it'll do something. That's the thing.
That's the thing. If I eat a bunch of like celery or carrots, it does fuck all for my nutritional value.
It does, but if you eat enough of them, you'll eventually get
Right.
there.
I'll say this. It is not a superfood by any means, but it is high in certain nutrients that you could use this to get your daily intake if you ate enough.
Don't make me post the image again, Garrett.
Which one?
No, that's a good question, because I could be saying something stupid like...
I know. I'm just saying, like, give an example if you're going to ask a vague question, you know?
No. It's your turn.
It is my turn. So, I'm going to be honest, the last question did not help me in the slightest. Sorry, but... Because it's green. Carrots aren't.
Well, no.
It's not. Wait, is it? It's not bigger than a tennis ball or smaller? Which one did I ask?
You asked, is it bigger? Is it bigger?
No.
I said no.
I knew you said no. I couldn't remember if I asked if it was bigger or smaller. So it is smaller than a tennis ball.
Correct.
It is green.
Correct.
It is a vegetable.
Correct.
And Garrick's worthless question.
Is it a superfood?
That's not what you asked, did you know it?
That is how James put it.
No, he said it wasn't a superfood.
I said it wasn't.
Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it?
No, you said
No, you said it is it. Yeah. Yeah.
No, sorry, it is not a superfood.
It's not a superfood. Does it belong in a salad?
No.
No.
At least not a good one.
So it's a good question. Like, you would never put tomatoes in a salad, you know?
That's also a fruit.
I know. I didn't say a fucking vegetable salad now, did I?
I mean, if you're having tomato salad.
Here, this is us right now.
Did you just have the same picture?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
It's a really funny joke, I'm sorry. I can't wait for... I see Skittles, like, stop being away every time I send it to him. Like, he's over there watching YouTube, he gets a Discord notification.
He's like, ooh, a message. Oh, crap, never mind.
It's just gay nerds fighting again.
Alright.
Who's
Jared, it's your turn.
I love a good game. Which one of the questions?
Me too, actually. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah. What was your question again?
My question was,
Does it belong in a salad?
salad? And he said no,
My answer was no.
not a good one.
At least not a good one.
Individual.
You can put anything in a salad if you try hard. So that doesn't mean it belongs there.
I could defecate in a salad. It doesn't mean I should.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy how you said does it belong and not can you put it. Because if you said can you put it, I would say yes.
Yeah,
But the fact that you say the fact that you say does it belong, well, no. Anyways,
as a seasoning.
Define season. Like in what context?
Something like you won't like eat, but it does add to the food.
There's something that you wouldn't eat, but it does add to the food. Is that what
Yeah, like take like bay leaves, coriander.
I know.
Like that.
Okay.
Alright.
Actually, as a kid, I used to hate like black pepper.
I
Because
still do not like pepper.
I don't mind it. It's nothing. I don't really add things to anything. Like if there's salt on the table or pepper, I don't add it. But
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
it's like a condiment. But that doesn't matter.
Mustard, ketchup, hot sauce,
yeah.
salsa, those are all on the table. But I specifically, like if you're cooking food and you're seasoning it, I will specifically ask you not salt and pepper whatever part I'm supposed to eat.
Oh, I won't go that
possible.
far. I just won't add more. Like if somebody hands me fries, I never put salt on them.
You have to understand that I'm the kind of person that will, like, if let's say me and you go to like Burger King, I am the kind of person who will ask them to make a new batch of fries without salt on them. And we're gonna sit there and wait for my goddamn French fries.
See, because I actually used to love pepper. I usually used to have French fries with it. Super weird, but I did. Then one day, my like mom was taking a nap, and I was like, "Oh, can you put pepper on my fries?" And she said, "Just do it yourself." And I poured a mountain of pepper on my fries. It was disgusting, and I hated black pepper for a while.
Yeah.
And my dad always seasons eggs with pepper, like just a little bit. And I used to like be like, "I'm sorry, I cannot eat this." Like.
I get really weird about pepper. If there is pepper available to me, I will occasionally put it on a spoon and snort it, specifically because it fucks up my nose so bad. I don't know what makes me want to do that, but I like to do that.
Anyways, I believe it's your turn, Lucky.
Is it? What was his question? Something stupid?
His question was, can it be, like, is it a season?
Yeah.
No, is it a seasoner, not a condiment?
They're the same thing, so...
Incorrect.
Ketchup's a season. Would I put it in a hot sauce? You know what, I'm gonna change that question to would I put it in a hot sauce / salsa? Like either or.
No.
No. Wouldn't put it in hot sauce. Or salsa.
Alright. Is it just a leaf? Like, is the part you eat just a leaf?
No.
Alright.
Okay. Is it
Or
round?
was it spinach?
No.
No.
So it's smaller than a tennis ball, not round.
I'm going to get like a yes at some point. I'm like, oh, I know what it is.
See,
Honestly, probably.
the biggest thing about 20 questions is like knowing that not only yeses are helpful information. Like,
This is also, like...
We said no to it just as
This is also, like, number 3, because it's something I don't like, but eat all the time.
I see.
It's something that's just around. It's omnipresent in food.
No.
Oh,
I don't know if I should count that as a question.
that was a statement. Sorry.
I know.
That was a statement you chose to answer.
I did, because you would be down on a tangent forever if I let it pass.
Colin, quick. We need to go down more tangents.
I will just stop talking.
Just start listing vegetables until I either run out of questions or get
And let me take
It's
a
your
polygraph.
fucking
real quick.
turn.
Yeah, Garrett, seriously.
You're thinking, don't hurt yourself.
Too late.
My heart was dead set on spinach, and now I'm
I like
dead.
to imagine. You know that one image that gets tossed around of like the kid in school with the hoodie looking at his piece of paper, and you can like see the blood vessels in his forehead because he's thinking so hard. That's what I like to imagine you look like right now.
Honestly, I thought you were about to make a joke about, you know, that one image of the gays fighting? Like, I thought you were about to like
The gay nerds fighting.
Like, I thought that was the setup for that. And I was ready for it. And then you were speaking legitimately, and I was sad.
Sorry, but believe it or not, I'm not always ironic.
It's 90%.
Dude, don't, for real, don't hurt yourself.
I am thinking. Okay, I got an idea. Is it used? Actually, no. You said it's not added with red meat. Never mind. So that wouldn't be that. Yeah. Fuck off.
Giving him half the questions was a mistake.
Yeah, like the halfway point.
Whoa! We're halfway there.
What does that say on your tile?
11. My
What?
question is going to be 11.
No one ever follows it up.
Living
Nah,
in
it's
a-
you have to say it when I'm done. You can't bitch about it and then
I did say it
we
was
were
done.
doing it in the background.
nah. You drop everything. It's like the Macarena. You see a dude doing the Macarena, you can't not join it.
I can and I won't.
What? Why not?
I'm not a dancer.
Nah, the Macarena is one step below like Soulja Boy in like the sheer level of like it's not quite cringe enough to do it in the current year to stop me from doing it.
I will do the Macarena specifically so I can say, oh yeah, I danced. And that's it.
I remember the one
To be
day
fair,
we tried to get him to dance. He just moved his head and clapped.
Yeah.
To be fair, a lot of like modern dancing, if you're not like an actual dancer, is literally just like rubbing up against somebody else. So I'm not too sad. I actually, it makes me sound like a complete poser, but I like a traditional ballroom dance. I like a tango. I like a nice waltz.
Can get behind that.
Yeah.
100%. I like ballroom dancing.
I will
Went to do
teach
it in
you.
public school.
Yeah.
I like that.
I will
Yeah,
teach
it
you
was
how to
fun.
waltz one day.
My partner
I know how to
for
waltz.
ballroom dancing
do you?
was
In theory. Yeah, like, I had to do ballroom
In
dancing in public
theory.
school. I had to do ballroom dancing in public school, so like I know how to waltz, but it's also been like 8
also
years.
for tango.
I'll bring my
that's-
Texas flair to square dance.
Yeah.
I hate when someone waltzes into
Waltz
the room when
2.0.
the music I'm listening to is 3/4.
Anyways, Garrett. Just go broad. Can't think of anything.
Go
Yeah,
broad
think of that
sword. Stab
Colin's
somebody.
like hot sauce and salsa question. Is it
What?
used for any kind of songs?
I mean, it could be used as a sauce. Word that way.
Is it used for? Is this a common household vegetable?
Let's see. I know it sounds like I'm being pedantic, but it helps you with your vocabulary if you have to think about how to word questions.
Can I just say pedantic? Great word. Anyway.
Yes.
Yes, but also keep in mind this is from my perspective.
Alright. I mean, if you
So it's common in my household, but
Here,
it might
I'll tell you what,
I
I'll
might
tell
be
you
the
what.
only one who eats it.
I'll tell
Like-
you what. You tell me what it is. I'll go check if I have it, and then we'll come back to the game.
Oh, okay. So
It was celery again.
celery too, electric boogaloo.
Alright, Colin, it's your question.
God damn it. We haven't learned shit.
No.
Well, you know, we've learned quite a lot, actually. It's just not enough to be helpful. Do you know how many small vegetables are out in the world?
A lot. Like too many.
Yeah, way too many. Would I get weird looks if I took a bowl of this to a park and ate it?
Yes. But that applies to like 90% of all vegetables.
No, it does
got
not.
made
If you
fun
took
of
like
in high school for eating broccoli one day. 'Cause I would
What?
bring a small container of vegetables with me,
okay, you know,
and I would just like pop them in my mouth when I was like hungry.
it might be a perspective thing. I am the kind of person that like if you're like, oh, let's go, and I'm like, hey, I'm hungry, hang on, I will open up like a can of peas and eat them on the car in the way where we're
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen around here.
Okay.
You could get like baggies maybe of like carrots and celery or something like that, but it's no like a bowl of like spinach or something like that. People would be like, "What the heck's wrong with that guy?"
What the fuck is that guy doing?
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. It's a regional thing, I guess.
Yeah. That's why I laughed so audibly. I was like,
I was taking that as a clue. I was like, oh, it's gonna be a really weird one.
No.
Alright, well, Garrick, that makes it your turn.
Oh, I'm thinking.
Sorry for the bad question, but I didn't know,
Yeah, no, you tried.
Oh, I've got the perfect question. Jesus Christ.
I'll try and be quick on this one.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Mine's not going anywhere. I hope.
Is it an onion?
Is it a what?
An onion is not green, fuckhead.
There are green onions.
Green onions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
he
have
said,
them in my hands.
He said it is green. Like, he knows their other colors, but he told us specifically, just think of it as green. Meaning that they're uncommon colors if they're not green. Context clues, Garrett. Come on now.
Is it green onion?
Gums! Who's ready?
I will say that does not count as the question because Lucky is correct. I will add the specification. It's not uncommon for them to be other colors. It's just
what is the most common color
that
of onion? Like you think
blue.
Onion.
Blue! Green onion. White. White with a little bit of green in them.
Okay, so not green.
Sure.
White and green. If we're playing this fucking game, cows, right? They're brown, because they shit and it sticks to them.
Or they can just actually be brown.
No, I'm asking about green onion here.
And I
will say green onion is a good guess. However, it does not fit the parameters of the questions you've already asked, so I will not allow it.
Thank you.
So that does not count as a question.
It's officially, we've joined the description here.
It's your turn, Paul.
And later 3.
No, it is still your turn, Garrett. That doesn't count. I did not count.
On question 13, at least I'll narrow down what the fuck this thing is.
I have a fucking fantastic question. You don't understand.
Oh, fuck is this supposed to be?
I was like, they're gonna get it so quick. Little did I know. We're over halfway.
It's literally just been like bad questions. Like, Garrick asked this stupid question, I asked this stupid question.
Yeah.
Does it have seeds?
Yes.
I've got some seed for you if you don't
define seeds.
No.
No, you can plant them and yes.
Alright, my turn. Is it juicy?
Define juicy.
Juicy has its own definition.
No. How I eat them, generally yes, but how they are naturally.
Yeah, I would prefer you just stick to its natural qualities.
Yeah, which is what I've been.
Yeah. Not juicy.
Christ alive.
That takes out a lot though. That, like, peas no longer an option. Peas are incredibly juicy. Peas are juice. But they're round. Peas are juicy as shit.
Peas in a pot.
I would not count peas as juicy.
I think we have different definitions of juice.
Colin, are you pulling them out of a can?
Generally, yes, but no. I mean, like, they themselves are juicy.
Yeah,
like, if you squeeze a pea, a lot of juice falls out compared to its size.
Kind of Chernobyl fucking...
That's what I'm thinking.
What kind of dry-ass pea do you have?
One's grown in my garden.
Yeah.
Think about it in its natural form, like in a can.
I said, I'm not thinking of it in a can. I'm thinking of just
pea?
a pea.
Knock off peas. Are you growing where they're
Dude,
90% water?
you just
In
don't
America,
have
where there's no
actual
farming
peas.
regulation. What the fuck are you on about?
You have piss, not peas.
Anyway, Garrick, it's you.
Okay. Alright. So they're not juicy.
I like how many arguments have happened over
I know.
green vegetable.
Who knew we had so many fundamental differences on certain definitions? Who knew that eating bowls of vegetables in the park was a normal pastime in Texas?
It's not normal, but like, no one's gonna look at you weird.
They're gonna be like, oh, he's hungry.
Yeah, that man's hungry. And it's like, would you get any weird looks if you like bought McDonald's, walked down the street to the park, and ate it at a bench? No, it's the exact same thing.
No, I know that.
Do you think the King of Red Lion's like throat is getting dry yet?
Oh, you haven't seen him been chugging some water every so often?
Yeah, he's been in a dialogue box this whole time. You know how like Nintendo games are, the guy's mouth is just moving the entire time. They must think we're really slow readers.
Yeah, we're only at the third letter.
Motherfucker, what am I thinking? What is a thought here? Like I said, I know James likes broccoli, and broccoli is usually bigger than a tennis ball. Sure. Shut up.
I'm not done. Don't need to say anything. I'm just saying, if you're self-conscious about it, it's on you.
Are they ball-shaped?
I already asked that. I already asked if they were round.
Alright, what was the answer again?
No.
The answer was
Yeah, the answer was no. Motherfucker, what is this vegetable?
It's a vegetable.
It's green.
It's a vegetative.
What was it, Garrick?
So this is gonna drive me up the fucking wall.
That is incorrect. It cannot drive. I'm sorry. Paul.
Okay, I've got an idea.
Colin, do you want to just take this guess?
Sure. I've got an idea.
What is it?
So, let's just go over the information we have so far, right? We've got, it is smaller than a tennis ball. It's a green vegetable. It is neither round nor broccoli shaped. Or wait, no, that's not what your question was. Hang on, what did he ask? We both asked a size question. I asked if it was round. What did he ask?
I have no idea. Long, I think. I don't know.
Okay. Another worthless question.
Honestly, I don't remember him answer.
No, he asked if it was a leaf.
Oh,
like
a
spinach.
leaf. Oh, that's why I had L on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer was no to that.
No leaf.
No leaves.
This vegetable.
So I'm going to say
It's gonna be some kind of bean, and I'm going to kill James for it.
beans are fun. Beans are a vegetable. You know what? Let's just knock that out. Is it a bean?
Aren't beans
Yes.
round? Aren't beans round?
No.
Not always. Some.
I thought most of them were kind of oval shaped.
Do you wanna take the next one? Or you just run
That
it out
sounds kind of like green beans.
That would be correct.
Just a vegetable known as green beans.
I do not like green beans. Not that they're bad. I've had, my mom adores green beans, and I'm like, and I eat them all the time, and I just don't.
I like black beans.
Yeah, I like black beans. I like any of like the round. I don't like yellow beans either. That's why I said like, oh, I mean kinda, but
I love those kinds of things. Like I love like the string beans.
Yeah, I can eat them, but they're just like, it depends how. We always have them like canned in the microwave, so it's like,
yeah, like I said, they grow hours.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're great, but at least how I've had them, I just don't like them.
Try one.
Now
Sure.
here's my next question, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking foods, right? Everyone has their favorite food. Like, oh, I like a hamburger. Oh, my favorite food is this, that, or that. What is your favorite vegetable? Just in general, like to either like eat by itself, eat it with things, doesn't matter. You just like that vegetable.
My favorite vegetable. Yes, 21. Also, can I just say, I said you would get it quick because every single time before that, after is it a vegetable was is it a bean? So I'm like, oh, is it a vegetable? Is it bean? Is it green? Done.
Like before we started this one, that James doesn't like green beans, and I think everyone completely forgot I said that, or just
I think so.
I don't
Maybe that's why I remembered the first thing is because you actually said it.
Yeah,
but like
one day you talked about like you don't enjoy green beans. Like,
yeah.
I don't know why it didn't click with me.
It took your freaking 16 questions to finally guess is it a bean? Or 15, then 16 to be.
I got super confused because you were like, it does act like a grain, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, beans used to be classified as a grain, but then changed into vegetables. Which is why I was like, oh, it's a grain, but then I'm like, just go buy vegetables. I thought I gave it away when I said that.
Yeah, I really liked the reclassification they did. Like, it feels like around a decade ago now, where all of a sudden every berry was no longer a berry, and everything that you would expect to not be a berry was a berry.
Was a berry, yeah.
It reminds me of how they like classify animals, and like on the surface level, it's fucking stupid. Because you'll see, like, a hippo and a lion, and they're right next to each other.
Garrick, I think you know my favorite vegetable.
Avocado.
No.
String cheese.
I'm thinking, I'm blanking on it right now, because I just how my brain works when you try and force a thought to the surface.
We can do 20 questions. We should do 20 questions, and you can guess my favorite food.
Guacamole.
No.
I thought it was like...
You're on the green mindset and avocado mindset, apparently.
Well, my mind is going to potatoes.
Okay, fine. Let's define for vegetable or for food?
For vegetables. I said, what's your favorite vegetable?
Okay, my favorite vegetable. 20 questions, go.
Now, you know what? It's my turn.
Okay, I was about to say, I was like, is this gonna just be me?
First, yes.
Nah. We'll switch off. We'll change the question up from favorite vegetable to keep things lively here.
Yeah.
Alright, this is what you type of vegetables all goddamn night.
This is gonna be... We're gonna go with just favorite food in general.
Okay.
That's
what I wanted to do.
Gums, you're first.
Is it a food? No, okay.
No, sorry, it's car tires.
Is it a singular item or a summation of things? That's
a good question. That's a really good question. When you say a summation of things, do you include seasoning? Like would French fries that have been salted be considered a single item or a summation?
I would consider it a single item because it's just French fries. Like, I think seasoning, if you're like, ha! It wasn't French fries with salt, it was French fries without them. Like, I'm gonna call you, like, an idiot.
Yeah, I'm going to make fun of you.
Yeah.
I'm like,
so I'll call them a single
Jack in chat.
It would be
seasoning
really
does
Alright.
Like a salad, I think, is more what he's referring to.
Yeah, or like a burger is a summation,
it's
but
a
like
summation.
ground beef is a single item. Like,
I get it. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and answer that it is in fact a summation.
Okay. So it's a dish and not just a single piece of food.
No, it's food.
Well, hold on, I gotta ask that question. Is it food?
No, sorry, it's still a car tire. That hasn't changed since last time.
Is it a car tire?
Damn it, how would you know?
I am going to clarify this just for my sake. Is it a dish, or is it like a single piece of food?
Sorry, I was getting a drink. Define dish.
Like you put it on a plate, like when I say a piece of food, it's like just grab it.
I think he means, is it a burger and fries, or is it a burger? Like, that's what he means.
Like, does it require prep, or can you just pick it up, throw it in on a plate, and eat it?
Okay.
That's what I mean by a dish. Like a plate of rice. That's a plate of rice. But a plate of rice with like shrimp and some spice on it, that's a dish.
Shrimp fried rice is a dish.
You're telling me a shrimp fried
How is that different than my question, though?
He did say this was him clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
So
if it answers the question, is up to Colin.
In your definition there, it does take prep time to make.
Okay. All right.
Like you would need to put in the effort.
Yeah. Mm.
Which means we're still on your question.
Yeah. Is it a local thing? Like, is it something that? When I say that, I mean like, is it something extremely popular in America?
It is something you could find in any first world country.
Okay.
I won't speak for third world countries.
I guess it's not a bug.
I don't know what they could have it, they could not. I'm not gonna talk for them.
Mm-hmm. James, you're up.
Sure are.
Is this your favorite food after becoming a pescatarian?
No.
Okay.
I know Colin hates the chew.
What's that?
My mind is going to just a fucking bowl of rice. I doubt that's like actually the answer.
Actually,
I love this.
If we're talking my favorite snack, it is peas. Just a can of peas.
But we're talking about your favorite food.
Yeah, my mother has actively gagged and almost vomited more than once upon watching me grab a literal just can of peas, cracking it open. I don't butter them, I don't heat them up or anything. I just grab a spoon and go at it.
Can I just say, peas, S-tier vegetable, 100%.
Absolutely.
Like, one of my favorites.
They're delicious alone. They're delicious
100%.
in potatoes. They go in just about any stew.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And they're not bad for you. Like, you can eat a bunch and be like, hey, I'm healthy.
Yeah, I could literally eat cans of peas for every snack I ever have and never gain a single pound.
Yep.
Is this a cheat day meal? Or is this something you could have every day?
Good question.
Me or someone on a diet?
Just in general.
In general, like, is this something you could have?
Like cake?
As in,
like, is it like a meal you treat, like a high calorie meal?
Would somebody consider it healthy?
I have to. No, absolutely.
All right, that does narrow it down.
It's not healthy.
I can't wait for it to be a plate of French fries with hot sauce. Because that is the thing I hear you eating the most and have the most joy eating.
I love French fries with hot sauce, dude. You don't understand.
Is that it?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But I will say, my mouth physically waters at the thought of a French fry that has been like left alone in hot sauce and like has soaked it in and is now solid.
So I don't know if I told you about this, Colin. I got an air fryer recently.
Yeah, you did.
And one of like the first things I did with it was like cut up a potato, and I fucking like seasoned that in cayenne pepper to just create spicy fries.
Yeah, that's good.
And they're so good.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, a little bit of olive oil to make sure it all sticks on there.
And that's probably the hardest part.
seasoning.
Honestly, you wouldn't even use the air fryer for the most part. Like, just get like a pan, spray it, do it traditionally.
Don't get me wrong, the air fryer just makes it more fun. It's also just fun to use the air fryer.
Yeah, it's new. It's, you know, it's new to you at the very
It's
least. It's like, ugh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just make good fries. Like, I prefer the fries from the air fryer than to the oven.
Okay, whose turn was it again?
It's fine.
No, you'll have to give me some.
This is question number 5.
You keep that air fryer around. I am going to come up there one day and try your French fries. Yeah, I expect Tabasco sauce to be on the menu.
No, I will buy some.
My question, is it chicken wings?
It's chicken wings.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't know that.
Boneless, not chicken wings per se, but buffalo wings, which are like basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Boneless buffalo wings are my favorite food in the world.
I need to get me some of those. I haven't had those in forever.
How did you guess it so quickly?
I forgot that not too long ago we were talking about food and you said that your favorite food was chicken wings. I'm surprised that wasn't my second question. You said chicken wings. You didn't say buffalo wings.
I meant buffalo wings. Yeah. Specifically boneless buffalo wings. They fill every need I have. They're small, so I don't have to, like, chew on them for too long.
That was one of the things I remember about that. You fucking hate chewing.
I hate foods that take forever to eat. It's why I've never been a steak person.
Yeah.
A steak just takes too goddamn long.
Steak is delicious, but yeah, it does take too long.
It's not even delicious. It gets in my mouth. I have trouble swallowing it because it takes too goddamn long to chew.
You also eat it like a fucking barbarian.
What's that supposed to mean?
The steak is very chewy. You have to cut it into small pieces.
I don't do that shit.
And then it's fine.
You gotta understand.
But you eat it like a goddamn barbarian.
You gotta understand, okay? You give me what's the word? It's a piece of chicken, but it's like a
breast.
Yes, breast. You give me like a chicken breast, like something boneless but big, right?
Mm-hmm.
I fold it over, I jam my fork into it, and then I eat it like that.
Mm-hmm.
I do not understand why you are bothering cutting things up when that is literally the purpose your teeth serve.
Table manners.
Who gives a shit?
The people at the table.
Okay, I'm at the table. I don't give a shit.
You don't. Everyone else might.
I don't give a shit what they think, and you sit at a different goddamn table now. I'm eating her.
I'm putting you at the kids' table.
I do eat at the kids' table. It's my favorite.
So do I. It's more fun there.
It's not even that it's more fun, it's that my sister eats there because she likes the kids, and my sister's like the only family member I really talk to, so I just kind of follow her around.
James, do you eat at the kids' table with your family?
Like when I visit family?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Christmas or like Thanksgiving or something like that.
No, but it's because I make sure I don't.
Why?
I like my cousins and all, and I like talking with them, but at least because I don't see them all that often, I don't have much to talk about.
I guess.
And so like we'll have our little visit and we'll do like stuff like that. But it's when I like sit down and talk with people, there is no real like kids table where they're just all there, but I'd say no because I end up talking with the more adults of the people around.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's not like there's an adult table and a kids table, it's just like, I end up talking more with the older people there than like, yeah. Eric, it's your 20 questions turn.
That does make it your turn. What topic are we doing?
I'm thinking of it.
You can do anything. It doesn't have to be food related.
My mind is going towards food.
I shouldn't have done my favorite food. I had forgotten that I told James recently that I had... Like, I told that we were talking, because he was asking me about, like, me being a pescatarian, and I was like, honestly, I almost didn't make it, specifically because of buffalo wings.
Yeah, can I just say, like, I actually thought that was a text conversation we had. That was an
It might
actual
have been.
voice call we had. Because I searched in our messages, wing, and the only thing that was recently that was messaged was, I love a good wing. But that was it. And it was like, there was, I love a good burger, you were mentioning all the shellfish, and I guess it was a voice call that you said, my favorite food is this.
I'm glad
I
all
got
of
it.
the emotion I put in my voice is just lost.
It's not lost, it's just like, when picking out a specific piece of information, when I read your messages, I do it in your voice, so it's like, it could be wherever.
We should get a picture of Shakespeare. Just like plastered to my face.
I'm scared.
What topic we doing?
My favorite thing to order, like from anywhere, this is still food.
Okay, well hang on. Not every place is gonna have this food, so not from anywhere. I've already got it.
I'm scared I know the answer.
Alright, well I'm going first.
Yeah.
When you say order from anywhere, do you mean a fast food restaurant? Or like a sit-in diner?
Or just any restaurant, I think, should also be clarified.
What?
Any restaurant.
I said, or just any restaurant, I think should be clarified.
Well, I was asking because it was like a dish that's not like, you know, like a burger you can find anywhere. But
Oh,
like,
okay.
if you want to order,
That's what I meant, though.
if you want to
It's
order
not
buffalo
that a
wings,
menu that they hand you.
okay.
So I'm gonna count that as your first question.
What was the question?
So that it is like a sit-down thing, then? To clarify.
No, he said it's not
you said
on
that-
the menu they'll hand.
Oh, it's not on
Yeah,
the
it is on a fucking billboard.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is it Chef Boyardee raviolis?
Not our second question.
I don't know. That's pretty good.
It's a good guess.
What billboards are you looking at?
I don't know. They just there's this weird guy. He keeps like just trying to shill me, Chef Boyardee.
He holds this sign above his head and hands me a can.
I don't ever eat it, but he keeps giving me more.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, it's been your turn.
Is it ramen?
No, that requires a.
Thank God. That's not true. We've ordered it to your house before.
We have ordered it to our house before, but traditionally, when you go in there,
Okay.
you sit down and they.
I was really scared that was because I specifically remember we ordered it and you were like, "Oh, it's my favorite thing to order." Like I think those were your exact words. So I was like,
That is one of them. That is like the close second. I fucking love Kenzo's.
Does it have
Okay.
beef?
"Can you just broaden that to meat?" Like,
No.
Sometimes.
Okay.
If it is a dish, it most likely has a meat in it. I'm not gonna waste a question on that.
fair, all right.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, now it's probably either a chicken or beef thing. Could be pork.
Do you use a utensil to eat it?
No. If you're ordering it and you're using a utensil, you're getting fucking soup.
Is it pizza?
No, because you could have a
It is
fork
pizza.
or something.
It's
and then-
pizza.
It's just pizza. Oh, okay.
I fucking
Woo!
love pizza.
I was.
People
I
use
was.
forks and knives. To
How
eat
many
pizza.
questions did that take me? Like
That
5.
was, that was the
Yeah,
fifth
we had the
question.
same one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely
That's
love
crazy.
pizza just because it's good. Like
You can do anything with pizza.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
exactly.
You can have vegetable pizza. You can have cheese pizza. You can have like you can roll it up and pretend it's a burrito.
Exactly.
And the best part, it's not only super customizable, even the crust, thick crust, thin crust, no crust. You know, the cheese-filled crust.
Cheese filled crust is pretty good.
Only ever had that like once.
Yeah, me too.
I've had it before. It was not as good as like the restaurant style one because it's like a Delissio thing, but it was still pretty good. It exploded in my oven though. I was mad as hell about that one. My whole apartment smelled like cheese.
I generally eat my crust. I don't understand people who are like, ew, crust.
Yeah, I don't understand that. It's just bread.
Yeah, it's just bread.
Your fucking bread.
It's bread, and if you're smart, you'll leave a little bit of pizza so that it's
I was about
bread
to say,
with a
so you
little bit of
bite
pizza.
the side of it, and then you that
Or
way.
just get like a sauce with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you know the
Doesn't
dipping
matter.
sticks for the breadsticks they give you. You can use
Yeah.
that with the fucking pizza, like
Yeah.
end.
Yeah. Is it my turn now, or are we gonna skip me because I did a couple?
Yeah, we'll skip you. That way you get to ask questions too, because those were both 5 questions. That feels kind of like.
That's true.
I'm
Yeah.
changing up. We're not doing food this time though.
No.
We are going to go. Ooh. My favorite clothing article. That includes like
Alright.
color and everything. Like if it's a shirt, you can't just say shirt. You've got to be like
Okay.
green shirt.
James, am I going first, or are you?
You can go first.
Is it your black basketball shorts?
No. Good guess though.
I know, I'm swinging right out of the gate with that one.
I
I know
wear
you wear that all
black
the fucking
basketball
time.
shorts all the time, but they are not my favorite article of clothing.
I hope it's that one shirt I got you, that bright pink. Of course I come fast, I have fish to catch.
It's a good shirt, but no.
It's a great shirt.
It's a fantastic shirt.
It's cheap,
I
dude.
still remember the look my mother had when I showed it to her.
See, I don't know what color of like shirts you have.
They're like gray and black from what I remember.
I know.
Generally, blues, like dark blues in there.
Yeah, dark colors.
I'm gonna say this because I feel like this is something you would do. Is it okay? Here. Let me. See. What was the question exactly again? Can you repeat that?
What is my favorite article of
Okay.
clothing? That includes like off stuff, like a hat, a backpack, socks.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forget socks are a main article of clothing. I wear fucking flip-flops
is, yeah.
everywhere.
Is it glasses?
No.
Okay, I thought I should get that out there, because, like, if you were like, yes, because it gives me the ability to see, I was gonna be like, no.
Keep in mind, it's still, like, you can still narrow it down. Like, you don't have to ask.
I know that. I just wanted to get that specific out of the way.
Just wanted to come out swinging.
Yeah.
Is it a lower body article?
No.
And when I say lower body, I do mean like your
Waist,
hands
yeah.
are above your body.
Hands too? Then
Yeah.
no.
No, hands are above your waist.
okay.
They're above your, the top hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I T-posed, would it be above my crotch?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And the answer to that one is yes. The answer to your question is no. It would not be something I would wear on my lower body.
Got it. So it's an upper body thing. It's the shirt that makes him look like a homeless dude.
You'll have to wait until your next turn to ask that.
To clarify, do you consider accessories
Yes.
clothing?
If you wear it, I consider the hairband I wear around my wrist an article of clothing.
Ah, okay. That was actually my guess, but you brought it up, which makes me think it's not that.
Could be.
It could be. Is it
a lower body.
a color on the rainbow? The color of the item, is it a color on the rainbow?
Like the default rainbow, like
The
red,
default
green,
rainbow.
blue.
But also if it's like, oh, it's dark blue, not blue.
Yeah,
like,
I know what you mean.
it's blue.
Remind me the colors of the rainbow.
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet.
I thought that was it. The answer is no.
Okay.
Stop looking at
Sorry.
it's your turn. We're at 4, by the way. If you don't guess it this time, I will officially have the highest ranking outside of green beans. I'll warn you, this one's not gonna be easy.
I'm tempted to just ask, is it this shirt that makes... I'm doing it. Is it the shirt that makes you look like a homeless dude that you always talk about?
No, I do love that shirt,
It was worth a shot.
It was.
You are fine.
Gums, if you're not aware, I have a shirt that is so ridden with holes that I have specifically had people, look at me like I'm homeless because I walk around barefoot. if I'm in it.
Now that you've brought it up, I remember it, but before
Yeah.
I didn't. I had no idea what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing about that. Have you ever tried to give you change before?
Yeah. I was hanging out outside a gas station one day on my phone, like picking a song to listen to on the walk back, and somebody gave me a quarter. I'm not gonna say no, but like, bruh.
Question 5, right?
Yeah, it's question 5.
Yeah.
We've got 15 more to go.
Is it worn or like attached to the torso?
By attached, I assume you don't mean.
I mean like
drive a stake
I mean like a
into my torso.
backpack would be attached to the torso, or like a belt would be attached to the torso.
That's actually kind of a hard question. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say for sure no.
To like it being attached?
To it being attached.
Okay.
Well, he said. Wait, did you say worn and attached, or just
I said
attached?
worn and attached. Like, is it worn or attached? Like, both are possibilities. Like, a shirt is worn on the torso,
In that
but
case,
a backpack is attached, not worn.
In that case, I'm gonna say yes.
Oh, okay.
To which part?
It was a one question. Is it worn or attached? You can't ask non-yes or no questions.
God damn it, James.
So the answer is yes.
Is it an accessory?
Define an
I already-
accessory.
Oh, okay.
No, you asked, could it be an accessory?
I asked, do they count? Yeah, no, that's why I stopped.
That
so.
wasn't a real question. No, I didn't count that.
Yeah, no, it's a shirt is an article of clothing. An accessory is something to more be emphasis on style.
Then yes, absolutely accessory.
Alright.
7. You're up, guys.
Is it your favorite on you?
It is my.
Like, do you wear it? Or so.
I try. Yeah. You're up, guys. Or
Hold
not,
on.
fuck you.
Yeah, I was about to say. Oh, okay, well,
Yeah, it's just you from this point.
yeah.
Fuck you.
Alright.
In fact, here, I'll disconnect him from the call.
Wait, no. Alright, my mind is going, he's going to send me to Brazil. Let's
You
see.
remember that image of that guy who was like fighting with his girlfriend because he was like, I went to the wrong place, I went to India instead of Indiana, shit. And the girl was like, if you wanted to break up, you could just say so. And he just sends a selfie of him in India. And she goes like, bro, what the fuck?
I've seen that one before.
Yeah, it's great, I love it.
I also saw one with, I don't know if you've heard of Squeezy Jibs.
No, I have not.
He's just like some dude in a sideways hat, and he's just fucking great. He's like, I was trying to support Black Lives Matter, so I walked to the BLM headquarters. I walked here for like 2 days, only to find out it's a fucking letter company.
It's funny. Whose turn is it?
It's Gary.
Alright, so it's an accessory.
You're at 8 questions, by the way.
Is it that hairband you wear on your wrist?
No. Good guess. I
Had
love
to
that.
give it a shot.
You've guessed like 3 articles of clothing I really love, but none of them are my favorite. Gums, that brings us back around to you to finish off question number 10.
My question is number 10?
Your question is number 10.
Number 9.
Yeah, okay.
You were we were at 8.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
asked
no,
a
I
question.
get
That's
it.
9. Now he's gonna
Yeah.
ask a question. That's 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when I said you're on question 8, I meant like you would just ask question 8.
Yeah.
Alright.
Is it Jewelry.
No.
I say of all the time I've known him, I don't think Colin's ever worn jewelry.
I would absolutely love to wear jewelry, not like piercings. I don't like getting... It's the same reason I don't like getting tattoos. I'm just not sure I'd want them after a while. But I would absolutely love to get, like, a nice ring. A nice, like, thing on the wrist, you know?
I love the one necklace I have. Unfortunately, it is the only necklace I have.
Yeah. I wanted to get into jewelry. My mother was super against it, and, like, I remember when my great-grandmother died, I was like, hey, I want some of that jewelry. That looks nice. That's good jewelry. And the whole family was like, but you're male. You can't wear jewelry. And it's one thing to argue with my mother. It is another thing to argue with my grandmother, who was left everything. So it's hers. If she says no, the answer is no.
I feel like your grandmother just sold it all.
Probably. The thing was, we never found a will until they started tearing down the house, because my great-grandfather found it, or hid it, under a fucking floorboard.
Why?
I don't know. But they were removing the house, they found the will, and it was just like, oh, well, it's a little late. Everything's already been split up. It's your turn.
Here, seriously.
Yeah. I'm trying to think now, like, what could it be? It's above the body, it's not the shirt that makes him look like a hobo, it is not the wristband.
It is something that is
an accessory.
worn on the torso.
Yeah, it is. Oh yeah,
or attached to it, either one.
That's right, it's to the torso, isn't it?
Yeah, the torso.
Alright, I'm trying to remember now.
Yeah.
I know you draw
I
it.
told you this was going to be a hard one.
Because it's hyper-specific is the big thing. All the other ones were not super, like, we just need to get into the ballpark was the big thing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it is. Like, green beans is hyper-specific.
It is, but we were able to get into beans. And we're like, oh, we know what it is.
Yeah.
But as far as we know, it was an accessory.
To be fair, I didn't want to just be like, oh, it's a shirt. And then have the game be over in like 2 seconds.
No, it's good.
Like, the less options there are, the more specific. Like, you can never do what's my favorite color. Because just by sheer guessing random shades, you get it. There's just not that many colors.
Yeah, I do have a specific shade of a color, and I'm pretty sure both of you know it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I couldn't do what's my favorite color. No.
No, I can't remember. I'd get it in 2.
Nope, it's a blood red.
It is the blood red crimson.
Yeah, crimson. Okay, I didn't know if it was crimson or scarlet.
See, I'm the better friend here.
It's because
I knew. No, I knew it was
lighter.
Crimson.
I knew. Already.
But yeah, no, I just like the way crimson looks.
No, it is. I definitely like my second favorite color.
Yeah, I remember mentioning that I really like crimson. It's like, well, which one is crimson again? And like, I say it's my favorite color, and then I say it's the color of blood, because that's the best way to put it.
It really is.
Because that's what it is. That is actually the color of blood.
I would say it's a better way to say it would be it's the blood red. Like
yeah, but it doesn't sound as metal.
No, but that's the thing. If you're trying to go for like not getting weird
sound less like a serial killer.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, it was just the best way to put it. It's still my turn. I haven't actually guessed yet.
I was about to say.
Do you even own backpacks, man?
I have a backpack. Yes.
Is it that backpack?
Next question.
Is it a shirt?
Nope.
Okay.
Next. I like how we were on you for like 15 minutes and he immediately blew through his question.
Well, because I know it's not I know it's an accessory, not an article of clothing.
That's true. Yeah.
I just wanted to get that general thing out of the way.
Yeah.
Alright.
let's be fair here. When you're talking to me, any article of clothing that isn't underwear is an accessory.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would walk around with my cock out if it was legal. I hate clothes. I hate clothes.
It's not jewelry, it's not a backpack, it's not a shirt. It's worn on the torso.
You can always give up.
Nah.
I'm telling you right now. You have heard.
Failure without trying is worse than...
You have heard of this, like, thing, but it's been a hot
Oh,
minute.
yeah, no, it has been a hot... It's the thing, it's like I'm trying to scratch my brain to one of our old late-night calls.
Yeah.
I know you mentioned it, and I know you've had this for a while. Oh, is it?
No, sorry.
Incorrect. Anyways, then.
What's behind door number 2? I'm gonna start talking like the guy from Wheel of Fortune. Pat Sajak, I think that's his name.
I got no idea what it is. God damn it, it's gonna bug me.
You can always pass the question. You can always... Like, if you give up, you know, Gum still gets all the questions.
You know what, we're gonna pass this one off to James.
Okay.
See if any ideas come to me.
Then Gum's got 2 in a row. Because he's giving you his question, and then you still get yours. So technically 3 in a row. Incorrect, sorry.
Damn it. Okay, how about... No. First, let me say, do you consider vests a shirt?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I don't.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, if
shirts.
that's put in there.
I get you.
Well, my first question will be, is it a vest?
I do not own a vest, so...
I didn't know.
Answer to that one.
I didn't know you didn't
You know what?
own a vest.
I won't count that one specifically because Garrick was
Okay.
about to tell you, no, it's not.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Colin doesn't
Um,
own anything other than like shirts and random accessories.
Alright.
Literally. I own a single pair of jeans that I do not like to wear.
You're going to have to when you get up here.
I will not. I will die of frostbite.
Is it, holsters? No.
Is it a thick-ass jacket?
This is gonna be out there.
It's okay.
Let's hear it.
And I don't think you own it, but if you do... Is it a cummerbund?
I don't even know what that is. The answer
Okay,
is no.
okay. Alright.
What the fuck is a cummerbund?
A cummerbund is in a suit. It is the type of... I know you wouldn't wear a suit. But it is basically, like, think of a championship belt, how that doesn't go around your waist, it more so goes around your stomach. That is a cummerbund.
You don't.
And I said that because you could also wear, like, fabric and stuff around your, like, waist like that, like your stomach.
Yeah, to look fat.
Yeah.
Are you going to count that one?
I am counting. He gave 2 in a row.
No. I want him to count that one.
Yeah.
I knew it was out there, but it was out there enough that I'm like, oh, maybe he might
It's like
be
5.
out of this.
He's just guessing at this point. He's trying to get like a lead.
Yeah.
Alright, well, it's still your turn, because Garrett gave you his question.
My question on fucking cummerbund.
Hey, if you didn't like it, start thinking of your next question.
Yeah, I was about to say, you didn't ask any, so...
I'm not going to bib.
It's a condom, sorry.
That's not on the torso.
Maybe
That
not
is
yours.
Cock not erect.
I wear it on my outie belly button.
It's really outy.
Find out that Colin has a nipple ring he just never told us about.
I already told you I hate piercings.
The neck is not part of the torso. Like, we're in agreement in that, right?
I guess.
So it's ab to collar.
Because it's the way I define the torso is the hips, like the waist.
I will say,
like,
keep in mind, most things that are worn around the neck or on the neck do go down too. So
Yeah.
I know that, but I said specifically worn or attached to the torso. And you said, yes, it is worn or attached to the torso, therefore the neck would not count.
Would the shoulders count?
The shoulders would count. So if it is attached or worn on the shoulder.
Exactly.
If you're going off of that one, I'll change that one to no. Sorry, we had a miscommunication on that.
Okay.
So
it is not worn or attached
in
to
the
the torso.
ballpark.
No.
Is what I'm understanding.
What'd you say?
I said in the ballpark there is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, it's around that area.
Alright. It does open it up a bit.
It does.
We find out Colin has a choker.
Would be funny.
Is it feasible to wear considering where you are?
No, not at all.
Okay. I think I know what it is.
Yeah, well, you can start guessing when it loops back to
where we
you.
find out Colin has a choker. So it's something you get called a slur for.
Is that your legitimate question?
No, it's just me making an inference about Texas.
He's joking about the fact that I live in the fucking Bible.
Yeah, I know.
You should come out to your whole family when you leave, by the way.
What?
You should come out to your family as like a degenerate, as like bisexuals, as a degenerate before you leave, and just cut all contact with them.
My mom finally finds out I like my uncle's horses a little too much.
There's no cock like horse cock.
Send your asshole into shock.
There's more cock, horse cock. Yes, I do know the words to that song.
I know like a hat. Like if you started singing it, I could sing along. The
My
whole
neighbors wondering why
I am not singing.
Alright, please no.
I don't remember who I should, but I fucking love that song.
It's a funny song. It's your question though, and you are cutting off question number 15. After you will be 3. For the record, I don't know how it is up there, but after you ask all 20 questions, you get one last question. I'll go each.
It has to be like an.
It has to be. Is it
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like a try and narrow down. It is your final guess.
Yeah. Generally, you get one as a group, like everyone has to come to a decision, but I will give you one each, just because it sets a good precedent. I feel like it's more fair that way. If we had 3 people, I might go, no, you have to do it as a group, because then you could, like, come to a consensus.
Does it
like,
have
vote.
multiple pieces, or is it just one object?
It is a singular thing.
Okay.
And with that, we've cut off question number 15. You're on your last 5, starting with you, Games. We're officially about to reach the record. They might win a game in favor of the questionnaire and not the questioners.
I'll do a narrowing down question first.
Perfectly
Is
fine.
it worn on the neck?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright. That does narrow it down a good bit. That's actually what I was asking. That's what I was trying to figure out, because like my necklace technically has 3 pieces. Is why I was asking about that.
That was a big reason when you said around the torso. It was like, yeah, things rest on the torso, or things rest on the torso if they're worn around the neck. So it's like, that counts.
No, because that's why I specified worn or attached to the torso, because a necklace is not worn on the torso, it is worn on the neck and is presented on the torso.
Yeah. I count it like a loose necklace for me is on the torso. If it's not like wrapped directly around the neck, for me, it's like it's only staying there because of the shoulders.
Yeah.
So I count that
Yeah.
as the torso. But that's why I said we clearly just have a misunderstanding.
Yeah. like when I'm looking at somebody, yes, obviously the necklace is on the torso, but it's
Yeah.
like you could see by like that's why I worded my question the way it was, because it's like I didn't consider the neck part of the torso, and so
Yeah.
that's why I said the question.
I
That's
get you.
the way I did. Anyways,
It
good.
happens. You know, it's asking
Yeah.
20 questions. There's gonna be some fucking verbal miscommunication.
Yeah, it's just how it works.
You can't
Is it
talk to
a-
somebody.
Is it a string necklace?
You shut up, ever. No, it's not,
Bro.
by the way. You're up, Ghosts.
Is it a scarf?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Well, I wanted to narrow it down to neck first, but I had it
You had a
since.
I own
Since
a
then.
singular scarf, and it is my favorite thing to wear.
Yeah.
It is generally too hot to wear it, and the few times I do wear it, I almost always get called a faggot.
My other question after this, because when I said, "Is it
You were at 18,
reasonable for you to wear with where
yeah.
you are?" I might like when you said no, I was like, "Oh, it's a scarf," but then I was like, "Oh, maybe it's a tie." Like that was my other guess.
Yeah, when you asked that question, I meant in both senses of the word. Like, it's
Yeah,
not
no, I
reasonable
know
to
that.
wear from the temperature, and it's not reasonable to wear from the sheer fact that somebody will shoot me for it eventually.
Which is what I meant when I said it. I was hoping it was going to be yes on both, or like no
Yeah.
on both answer. All right.
Yeah, we were at 18.
You guys
man.
have
How
you
else
you
do-
have one question each to narrow it down.
What do you mean?
You gotta guess color too. Remember?
Oh fuck,
Yeah, it's not just what article of clothing.
bro, that's one scarf you own.
I know. That's why he asked earlier, is it on the rainbow?
Yeah.
The answer was no.
All right, I believe it's my turn now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a black scarf?
Nope.
Oh,
Yes.
last one.
Is it a white scarf?
Nope. And then you both
Okay.
get
Gray scarf.
You both
isn't it?
have one question to ask Izzy. If you want to consult with each other, now's your chance. Because if you both get it wrong, it's game over.
Yeah.
Listen, the way I can tell, there's like 2 other colors we can guess. You know,
Yeah. What are your 2 colors in your mind?
brown and gray.
Yeah, those are mine.
I'll take gray.
Hang on.
Okay.
I will remind you that when I asked you what color the colors of the rainbow, it wasn't the shades in between. It was I asked the basic colors, and you said yes, those.
Bro, is my homie rocking a bright?
Yes,
pink
but I
scarf?
also said, is it dark? Like dark red is just red. Like
Yeah, I know.
My
okay.
homie might be rocking a bright ass pink scarf out here.
Yes, actually,
Wait, what?
I have a bright pink scarf.
That was actually one of my when you said that specification, I was like, oh, it's pink.
Thank you for that specification. That was actually like,
When you said the only 2 options are brown and gray, I'm like, there's one other one out there. But yeah, I own a bright
Alright.
pink scarf.
Yeah,
It is my favorite thing to wear. But I can only wear it when it's cold. And when it's cold, I can't wear it around any members of my family except my sister. Because they will get so enraged that they will refuse to go anywhere with me.
Why? That's stupid.
Because they live in Texas, and I have to be the default male.
Gross.
the default
Male
is
with
actually
hair down
described-
halfway down his.
I would like to
torso
describe. I would like to put
They
it.
hate
I think it was the New York Times has found a study that says traditional masculinity is harmful and toxic.
Yeah, because traditional masculinity is you have to do these exact things and fit these specifications, and if you don't, you are less of a man. And it's like beauty standards for women. It's an unrealistic expectation. There are not people in the world that actually meet that and don't just pretend to.
Yeah.
So if if you're going for that model and you're a guy, you're gonna fall short. And if that's what you're really shooting for, you're gonna beat yourself up about it. Why do you think guys that are over the age of like 40 are completely miserable?
And then you see the gay guys over 40 and they're having a fucking blast.
Yeah, they've already dejected that standard.
I will say, a fun fact that I'd imagine you might know, but is pink was originally supposed to be a masculine color due to its link and like notes of red in it, which is typically more aggressive.
Yeah.
Blue was meant to be more feminine because of it blue sky outside and beauty and stuff like that.
It's a nature thing.
It's actually the same with high heels. Those were originally made for men on horses, and then eventually women were like, you know what? I want to wear this to look taller.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, and that's
some stuff just shifts around as standards go. Like, it's just a thing of, like, when we became more civilized, being a fucking warrior was no longer chill.
Yeah.
Like, the same Roman who murdered his neighbor for calling him, you know, names, would get a lot of clout back then, but, like...
But we get the death penalty now.
Today, he'd be absolutely bastardized.
I have a good one.
Yeah.
If you don't, Garrett.
I will leave it up to you. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, let's rip it up.
Alright, so it's mine?
Yep, it's all yours.
Alright, this might go quick. I might be completely false, but...
3 questions, we're done.
What is my favorite... Damn it. What is What is my favorite outdoor activity?
Jesus Christ, it's a regional thing. Do you want to start or do you want me to?
Is it a sport?
That's literally what I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
If it is, I'd love to sign up, but no.
But I do have a follow-up question, but caller, it is your turn.
Okay, it's my turn. Is it an activity I could get strangers to do with me?
Ooh.
Like, you know how if you're playing, like, rugby in the field, like, you have an odd number of people, you go up to some guy and be like, hey, you want to join? That way we can play teams? No.
Alright, so no. Is it... I might have to specify this one. Is it a backyard sport?
Please specify.
Okay.
I think I know what you're getting at, but I'd like to specify.
I'm talking about, like shit you would bust out in your backyard at like a family gathering and be like, yo, you want to fucking play this?
Yeah,
hell yeah.
Like the bean toss.
Yeah, like ladder golf, croquet.
Croquet, yeah.
I get what you're saying. No.
Yeah.
Miniature golf.
Who's playing mini golf in their backyard?
I said miniature golf, not mini golf. They are different.
Oh, okay.
Miniature golf is like just literally a small
It's just
golf
a
course.
hole, and then you just.
I need to go to
Mini golf or putt-putt,
Yeah,
as it's more commonly called, is like golf but an amusement park.
Yeah.
I fucking love putt-putt.
Putt-putt's great.
I remember. At least I was last time I played.
Me and my sister went to a putt-putt place like a year ago. She fucking hated it. Because at some point she got so frustrated. And I'm sitting there waiting on her, of course. I'm like, no, it's okay. Take your time. The next hole's not going anywhere. But I remember... Because I went first every single time. And by the end of the course, I had like 2 above par. Right?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
She had gone so far over that she literally stopped keeping track. Like, at one point, she went like 15 swings over on the one course, and was like, nah, I'm just playing to have fun now. Fuck the score sheet, it's gonna make me feel bad.
Oh my god.
It was great, I loved it. Alright, not a backyard sport. Not a sport you could get strangers to play with you.
Not a sport.
At least, I'd highly doubt it.
Not one that you would feel comfortable asking a stranger to play with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colin, I believe it is your turn.
It is. It
Yeah.
is.
One question.
So we have no
Leo
yeses
Holm.
so far.
That
That's
is
what
correct.
I'm hearing. It's obvious. It's grilling.
Don't stop the grill master.
Does it involve leaving like the area around your house? Like, would you need to actually go into like a forest or something to do it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Probably can't.
Is this a nighttime activity?
Yes.
Is it scary stories?
No.
Is it stargazing?
It was a good guess.
No. We'll say yes, but that's not what I was getting at. But yeah.
It's not fucking in the woods, I can tell you that right now.
I don't know.
Well, no.
If you say we're gonna say yes, that's the end of it. That's the end of it.
Yeah, it was stargazing.
Okay.
Why
I
did you
was
say
actually
yes, but
thinking.
I thought it
I was
said-
actually thinking more so reading, but
Yeah.
it was in the sense where it was like
It's the same idea.
it's the same idea kind of thing, you
Yeah.
know.
I get you.
Like it could have worked either way, but yeah,
Yeah.
that went a lot quicker than I thought. But
I have said it before and I'll say it again. The fastest way to make me horny is to take me into the woods. I don't know what it is about the outdoors, like away from the buildings and all of it, but it makes me hard as a rock.
I will not be stargazing. I'm sorry.
Hey, Colin, I found these woods.
Obviously not just like in general, like I don't get away from civilization and go like, ooh.
Alright.
Nothing like that.
I
It's just
thought
a thing
of
of like,
one, but
if
it'd be
you're-
too mean for Colin.
if you're gonna be romantic, the woods
That's
would be the
my
best place.
issue. I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, it's either gonna be impossible for Colin or like,
Like, I was
way
about to
too
bring
easy
up-
for you. Like,
I was gonna ask, like, what's my favorite clothing store? And Colin has no idea what fucking clothing stores are near here.
I don't know what clothing stores are
Yeah,
near
that's-
here.
That's why I was saying, like, I can't do that.
I
one.
steal my clothes from Walmart.
Fucking homeless man.
I'm not homeless. I
Not yet.
shop smarter, not harder. Why go to a different store when I can just steal the same pair of shorts I've been wearing for 7 years from Walmart?
Alright. What can I think of?
Sorry,
Hmm.
I looked at my second monitor again and just saw Gator. I don't know how I forgot it was there. Like the split second I turned around, but
Alright. I almost said, what's my favorite color? What is my favorite movie?
oh fuck me.
I go first.
Now I'm starting us off.
Okay.
What do you call it?
Is it a movie?
Yes.
Damn. Got it all.
Is it a film?
Is it under 80 minutes?
One moment.
Googling it.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait while he looks it up.
Because I was sitting there thinking if it's like one of those like movies, it's like 3 hours. That's a big take, you know.
Mhm.
Guessing time frames for movies is like the best thing I can do. It's not Shrek, is it?
No.
You'd have to wait until your question comes up.
I'm gonna be honest. I would be mad if it was Shrek. Like, don't get me wrong. Shrek's a decent movie, but
James is going to hack into my my search history.
No, I'm gonna hack into your life because Garrick, I've been your best friend for 16 years almost. In
It is
September.
above 80 minutes.
he wouldn't have picked the question if he thought you'd get it easy.
Alright,
But he would, and
Just
that's
saying.
the problem.
I'm just happy to be here, you know.
What was the answer
Yeah.
to my question, by the way?
If it,
It is above 80 minutes.
Above 80 minutes. Now I need to Google this movie and see what's above 80 minutes, because I have a guess. go ahead, Gus. Ask your question.
You might just get it right fucking now.
I'm gonna get it right now. If unless you've flat out lied to me, I'm gonna get this question. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Is it The Princess Bride?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will quote that movie all the time.
Bad question.
That's why I wanted to go
Bad
first, because I
question.
could have got it in one.
It is one thing that I made a joke about with Colin on there, and I got super sad when I realized he's never seen the movie.
No, he's never
'Cause
seen
we're playing-
90% of the movie.
I know, but it hurts more when it's your favorite movie, and he's like, huh?
I just don't understand movies, dude. Like, some I can get behind, like, we're watching all the Pokemon movies, but that's, like,
Yeah.
more for the novelty than because I like them.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, half of those movies I've openly said are bad.
Arceus are fucking great, though.
Yeah, that was gonna be my guess, actually. I was Googling Arceus and the Jewel of Life to see if it was the answer, and it's 94 minutes long.
Yeah, the second you're like, yes, it is above 80 minutes. I'm like, I'm 90% sure Princess Bride is above 80 minutes, but let's
we
double
were
check.
playing
Like,
Dark Souls, right? And there's like this area with a bunch of really large rats. So I was like, oh boy, it's the rodents of unusual size. And Colin looked at me like I was an idiot. I made the same joke with Josh, and he followed it up with, "No, I don't think they exist."
I still don't know.
yeah, 'cause you haven't
Why?
seen the movie.
Yeah, they go into this area called the fire swamps. And it's like, there are the three like big problems of the fire swamps. There's, of course, the fire.
Yeah.
And
There
the
is
swamp.
there's the lightning quicksand, which
Mhm.
you will step in and just fall into immediately. And the rodents of unusual size. And when they bring those up, it's like, I don't think they exist. And then he immediately gets jumped by a giant rat in a puppet costume.
I haven't seen that movie in a while. I'm gonna have to like
I love it.
rewatch it.
I
That's
see.
crazy.
I like horror movies, like actual horror movies, and not like, oh, it's
Yeah.
Paranormal Activity 700. And I like movies that are like based on like not grimdark, but just grim settings. Like there was one movie on Netflix. It was a Spanish movie that got adapted to English. I forget the name of it, but it was really
What's it
fucking.
about?
Its whole thing was that there was a building you could go to, and they had 2 people per floor. A floor was basically just a room with a giant hole in the middle and 2 beds and a sink.
Okay.
And the whole thing of the movie was every month they got randomly assigned, not roommates. They kept the same roommate until their current one either like got out or died. You got out after a certain amount of time. Was the whole thing, to see if you could make it. Like, prisoners would do it. People who just had nowhere else to go would go in. But when it was time to eat, they would send an elevator down, and it would stop for like 30 seconds on each floor. But it would go down each floor. So if you were on the lower floors, there was just no fucking food left. And it was a really big thing. It was a commentary on, like, literally just how society, the people at the top are always going to take everything they can. They're not worried about leaving scraps for the people below.
Yeah.
Which means once you get too far down, like, your only hope is to just hope a miracle happens and you end up closer to the top. It was a great commentary movie. The movie itself was just put together pretty well. Didn't really care for the ending too much, but I won't spoil that.
Oh, so I feel like a good ending would have been like one of the ones from the bottom gets a rock and rides up the elevator to bludgeon him.
They even show, like, to stop people from riding up the elevator, when it does come up, it moves it, like, super... Like, if you rode it all the way up, you would have so much force that you would splat into the ceiling and break your head.
That sounds so similar to the one about like the prisoners and the elevators, the food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's literally what I just said. So,
Is that what you just? Oh, maybe you
I
cut
said
out
all
for a
of that.
second.
Maybe.
Oh, it's not Spanish though.
The one I'm talking about was a Spanish... Like, it came from... It wasn't from Spanish. Its original version was Spanish, though. Hang on, I'll see if I can't find it. It was on Netflix, I remember
That's what you're
that.
talking about. Like,
Then I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm
Yeah.
afraid I already know the ending. But
Yeah. Again, hang on. What was the name of the movie?
I can't remember.
What was the
I'm
name of the
actually trying to look
goddamn
up right
movie?
Neither of you remember.
It was such a... The Platform. That's the name of the movie.
now. Let me look it up. I'm almost
Literally-
positive that we're thinking of the same movie.
It's literally called The Platform. There's 2 movies called The Platform for some reason.
Yes, this is the same movie. Oh, maybe it is. No, this is actually a remake. This one on Netflix is actually a remake of
Is it?
Korean
Okay.
movie.
Okay. Either way, it was really good.
That's what threw me off is when you said Spanish.
The Netflix
Also,
version
it is
originally Spanish.
You do not get the same roommate.
That's what I said. The roommate does not change unless that one like dies or gets out. Like for some reason they're not around anymore. You just didn't pay
No, that's-
attention while I was speaking.
I don't think so. No, because the roommate does change.
Yeah,
Because
they
remember,
die.
you either either move up or down in
Yeah.
the thing. You're either at the
But
top or at the
hang on.
bottom.
You'll remember the start
I've never
of the
seen
movie.
the movie.
Okay. In the very beginning of the movie, one of the
Mm-hmm.
big plot points is the guy he was rooming with. You get to bring one thing with you for the
Yeah.
whole journey. And he's like, I brought a book. And the guy
Yeah.
he's rooming with is like, I brought this big-ass knife.
Yeah, I do remember.
The first thing that happens in the movie, they're on like floor like 30, 40, something around that.
Yeah.
They're fine, they can eat. When he wakes up, they're on like 190 or like really far down. And he wakes up tied to his bed because that guy he was rooming with is there and was like, hey, sorry, but we're down here now and I'm gonna eat you. Because the food's not
Oh,
gonna make
I
it
see.
this far.
When I was told about the movie, I heard your roommate does change. So
it
that's
changes
my
if the thing is his
If they
roommate
die,
changes
yeah,
like
that makes
3
sense.
times.
Yeah. Okay.
But they have to either die or escape, and like I don't think anybody escapes ever.
Anyways, it is your turn, Lucky.
Yeah. What was the last question?
This was Garrick's, and it was what is his favorite movie, and then I went before that, which is what is my favorite outdoor activity.
I thought it was. Oh, right. So it is back around. Okay. I got lost in the conversation. Sorry. We're gonna go with. You know what? We're gonna go with. What is my favorite non-computer activity? An activity not involving a computer.
Hey, to clarify, does that
Jacking
mean
off is not an activity? Sorry.
okay? To clarify even further, when you say computer, do you mean anything with computational power, or
Yes.
specifically a computer?
No.
Okay.
Desktop, laptop, phone, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Anything that could be qualified as a computer, not present.
Got it. Can I start us off?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start us off. Garrick started with you, so it's only fair you start with me.
Is it reading?
No.
Okay. I just thought I'd get that out.
Yeah. Yeah, good one. I will say the earlier questions, like even if you're pretty confident, use narrow down questions. Like
No, I know that. I know
it
that.
good?
I just was just like, I should say this first because I know you
Yeah.
really like
I
reading.
do.
So.
I do. It is not my favorite thing to do.
Is it a board game?
No.
Worth a shot. You fucking love them.
You know it's a game. It's my whole thing. I love games, but games can qualify for anything. So
Does it require components that, like external components?
Yes.
Like, could I just walk in and
the
be
answer
fine?
is
Or?
yes. It does require other things present than just you. Again, jacking off is not an activity.
Okay. That is just you, unless you're getting advanced.
I
Does it
don't know what you
require-
would need to jack off, but
Is it a card game?
no. Next question. You're at question 4. We have had a single narrow-down question. Thank you, Gums. They blow by quick if you're just randomly guessing.
Hey, like you said, it's a game of some kind. I'm trying to figure out what kind.
Is this a commercial game?
What do you mean by that?
As in, like, could you purchase this game at the store? Or could you only purchase the components?
You can purchase the components. Again, stretch your definition of game. There's a lot of things that can count as a game. Don't literally take it to mean the meaning.
No, I don't.
Like, I'm answering you can purchase the components in the same way I'm answering, like, you can buy a deck of cards. That is a component for a game. It is not a game itself. Garrick, you're bringing up question number 6. Hunter, you've lost 4 minutes.
Alright.
And from now on, I'm counting every syllable of the questions instead of just the whole thing.
Is. Damn it, I mean, oh crap, no, oh no. Mine was, is this a commercial game? As in, can you purchase the game itself, or can you only purchase the game? Like how you can go and buy a deck of cards. That's just a component. But you can also buy Uno, which is a deck of cards, but it's a game.
The answer to both of those questions is yes, though. It's a bit weird.
Okay, thank you. I was actually just going off the assumption it was just components, so thanks.
No, sorry. No components. It's a box of lotion. My favorite activity is to cover myself in lotion and do the worm.
One more time.
Yeah, I make a game out of it.
James, what was the answer you got?
It was yes.
Well,
originally it was just components, but you can buy the game and the components.
Yes.
Does having the components allow you to play multiple games?
No.
Alright, just
okay. The one. Gums. Do you know how long it's been since I've sat down and just played 20 questions?
I know, it's good.
It's a great time, but like, it's one of those games, like, if you ask somebody, like in a car ride, hey, do you want to play 20 questions? They're like, what? No, fuck off. Get away from me.
What? Oh, wait.
No, sorry.
Is it a common game? Like, have I played it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Garrett?
Do we play this type of game often?
Define often.
Would we be playing this genre of game once a week, perhaps?
No.
I
know what you were shooting for.
I thought
I was trying to figure out if it was like a TTRPG.
Yeah.
The reason why I didn't think it was is because dice, you can play multiple games with that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, to be fair, I said my favorite activity. If the answer was TTRPGs, like, sure, you can play multiple games with that, but, like, with a vampire core rulebook or a D&D handbook, you can't play games out of, like, D&D or vampire. Like, he was on the right track, it's just not the right answer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But that was a good question. In fact, you know what? Come on, James, give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
You can't see it, but I'm clapping in a circle. I'm giving you a round of applause.
Okay, so when you say, like, you can't play other games with it, you mean, like... Okay, well, here's my question.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
is there multiple components? Like, would I have to buy multiple things?
No.
Okay.
You wouldn't have to buy multiple components. Garrick,
I believe I'm on question 10, right?
you're on question 9.
Yeah, you're about to ask.
Yeah. You're on your last, half. This is your last question before we reach the official halfway.
Alright, so you have to buy multiple components? Is that what I heard?
No. You do not have
Incorrect.
to buy
You do not have to buy multiple components.
Okay.
By that, give me I'm using that as if you buy a deck of cards, you do not have to buy each card. So the answer
I'm going
would be
off
no.
of no, because you only have to buy a deck of cards. I'm
you buy
saying
a
it's
single
oh,
deck
if
of
it's
cards.
if it is
If it's you want to play
shoots and
D,
ladders
yeah.
or whatever like that,
You
then
need
it's
the
you have to
board
buy
game and
the
the
board
dice.
and the dice. Yeah.
Which is also not true. The games that require dice usually come with dice. The only things I
But
could think
you
of,
get what I'm saying.
if you
It's
wanted to play D&D, you would need to buy the
Yeah.
handbook and the
And
monster
the dice,
manual
and
the
yeah,
GM
exactly.
book. Yeah, and the dice, because it's not going to come with that. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Maybe a figurine, a board, stuff like that.
Okay, first, quick clarification. When Garrick asked, is it a card game, and you said no, that does then mean that there are no cards involved in the game, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, good.
It's not Yu-Gi-Oh. Got it.
No, that's not what I was saying. I didn't want it to be something it's
A board game that
Pictionary
requires
or something like that.
cards.
Yeah, exactly. Technically it's a board game. Like that.
I'm pretty generous with definitions, so...
Okay.
I try to think of it from the way you're thinking of it,
Mm-hmm.
there's no point in being an asshole with
Yeah.
20 questions. Fucking... I don't want to win, I want you to get it. But I also want it to take, 19 questions. I want it to be a good one, but not an impossible one. Question 9, let's hear it.
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Alright.
Don't hurt yourself.
So you can buy the one thing and just start playing. It's not a card game, it's not a TTRPG.
But remember, when he says buy one thing and get playing, that could literally refer to one object or a box containing multiple objects.
I know.
That could be another question, if you're worried. I hope you understand, Gums, that I am still uploading this to YouTube.
I was actually really hoping so.
This is fun.
It's literally going to be a video of us moving around for 5 minutes, getting to this single dialogue box,
I know.
and then talking for a few hours.
This is our new podcast.
No, the new podcast is listening to the King of Red Lions say this one dialogue box.
This is all just the King of Red Lions talking in 3 different voices.
Yeah.
He has schizophrenia.
The Kings of Red Lions.
Dude, I would love to be able to play 20 questions with myself. Schizophrenics have it easy.
Oh no. Alright.
Question number 9. Let's hear it.
Does it take upwards of 3 people for it to be playable and fun?
No.
Alright.
Gums, question number 10.
Is it a game of skill?
No. Question number 11, Garrick.
Game of chance. Colin.
Let's hear it. It's not jacking off.
Just about to say.
Was that gonna be your question?
Does it involve dice?
No.
Okay.
What were you going
Remind
for
me
there?
to Yahtzee.
I fucking hate Yahtzee.
I didn't know that.
I have the worst opinion of Yahtzee because it is a game where you get no input whatsoever. You just roll some dice, record the result, and call it a day.
Yeah, I've always hated Yahtzee for the same reason.
Like, I like luck-based games that are mixed with skill. Like, that's why card games get me so much. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, especially older Yu-Gi-Oh! Because my opening hand kind of determines what plays I'm gonna make.
Mhm.
In modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That's not so much the case. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh! The whole point of the game is to get to one board state, and I find that less appealing.
Is it mine?
Yep.
Okay.
Question number 12 or 13. Sorry, you're up.
Can you play it alone?
Yes. I lied to you, by the way. You were question number 12.
Yeah, I know.
I had lost track for a second.
Yeah.
So, Garrick, you're number 13.
So you can play it alone. Christ alive.
You've narrowed it down pretty hard.
Yeah.
I just can't think of anything for this.
Just think about the activities I like to do. You know.
Like jacking off for 4 hours.
It's not Jack.
Only 4.
Yeah, those are rookie moves.
24 hours, sorry.
Nah. The key element you're missing, it is jacking off, but it's buying like 40 things of 5-hour energy and just chugging all of them back to back and then jacking off until I die of a heart attack.
I was about to say, the game is to see how long you can last before dying of a heart attack.
Objective, survive.
Is jacking off a sport?
In some
Depends on how
places,
good you
yes.
are at it.
In some places, yes.
I know. I was more referring to that one fucking guy. Do you remember the guy?
Jacked off for 10 hours. And won like a gold medal for it. He practices every day by doing it for 3 hours, and his girlfriend times him.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Because she doesn't give a shit. She's ace. She does not care for sex at all.
Yeah.
So she'll just time him jacking off. Because she wants to spend time with him and doesn't give a shit that he's in jacking off competitions.
It's an activity he likes to participate in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, any good relationship, you have to make sacrifices like that.
No, she doesn't care. Like I said, she just wants to spend time with him, so she just shows up.
I'm sure she'd prefer to do something else.
Oh god, yeah, I'd imagine. That's 3 hours.
No.
That she could be doing anything else.
Alright,
But she does it anyways.
it's your question, by the way.
Yeah.
Do you need to, retread over all the information you've gathered?
Does it require a bottle of lotion? No.
Still not jacking off, believe it or not.
It's just funny to make that joke.
I knew as soon as I said it's my favorite non-computer activity, someone was going to say jacking off eventually. Just because we're all, around that age, you know?
Bro, I got called a band kid today because I made a joke that our store number is 0691. And I always make the joke whenever I type in the password, because our password is the store number. And every time I do it, I just go, nice.
Today, I wrote that we have this, big, huge container of all these different little scanners, and it goes up to 80, and under 69, I wrote nice, because I was bored. And I'm really hoping it can't be traced back to me, but who knows?
When your coworker's going to sit through this whole video and get the confession on tape out of you.
Yeah.
Anyways, Garrick, go.
I'm gonna give him a tip off to the guy who works as your security guard that it's in this video.
Is a pencil required?
Nope. Question number 14, please.
Does it require any preparation after acquiring it?
No.
Okay.
Question number 15, Garrick. Yeah, you got 3 questions each left. Oh, that's how that works, right? Yeah. Yeah, 20 minus 6. It's 14, but you've asked 14. You're
Yeah.
on 15. You've narrowed it down so much. You're so close.
I know.
Do you need to revisit the information you've collected?
Okay, so allow me to read it. It's a game you can play alone. You can buy the components, or you can just buy the set. Either or works.
You never asked specifically.
I said, can you do this or that? And you said,
You cannot
yes, you
ask
can.
a yes or no. You have
And I
to
said,
ask a
can you
yes or
buy
no
it
question.
commercially? I said, is it a commercial game? And you
Yes.
said, yes.
To that question.
Which means you can buy it itself.
That is correct.
Yeah. I asked, does it require prep time? No. No dice are required. No pencils are required. It is a single-person game.
You can play it alone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant, so.
And I'm not being gay about it. I'm not like, oh, technically.
No, I know. So a 1+ player game.
Behold, Legos.
Is that your guess?
No.
I don't know how you make a game out of that.
I said, it never said it was a game.
You did say
It's my favorite
expand your
activity.
definition of game.
Yeah. Like, I know I
Is
love
it a
games.
sport of some kind?
No, actually. Number 16.
Was it volleyball you said you really liked?
I do like volleyball. I have never played volleyball, like, anytime recently. Because, again,
I've been
it's
trying to get my buddies out to go to the beach
I don't
to
have
play
anyone
volleyball.
who will play volleyball. Like, I asked my sister at one point, I was like, we should get a net and play volleyball. And she was like, fuck no.
Why?
She's got bad knees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, honestly. She's been in cheer forever, and at one point, her knee, like, shattered and just didn't heal correctly. Yeah.
Have you played it recently?
Yes, actually.
Right.
Garrett,
Mm-hmm.
what's your question?
Sorry, it was, have you played it recently? The answer was...
Yeah, and he said yes.
Actually.
Yes, actually.
Oh.
As in, surprisingly, yes.
You're so close. I expected this one to go a little bit faster, not gonna lie.
I know.
You gotta admit, I throw the good ones out, though.
Is this an outdoor activity? Like it's
Usually
primarily
not.
outdoor. Okay,
You
it's an
could
indoor.
do it outside. I don't know if you
But it
want
is something you more do inside.
Yeah, like jacking
Okay.
off.
Oh my god, that's it. I've been so blind. Is it Legos? That's
It's
just
not
gonna be my
Legos.
question. Okay. I'd kill myself, like, if you said, oh, maybe, and then it was it. You dance around it.
you
This
off,
one,
though.
we might not actually get this one.
Alright,
Damn.
you both have
Not gonna
one
be
more
wrong.
question followed by a guess.
Does it involve chalk?
No.
Alright, worth a shot. I know you fucking skip.
What's wrong with skipping?
I was gonna bring up hopscotch.
I don't play hopscotch. I just skip. Like, when I'm walking around the house, if it's not cluttered, I'll skip down the hallway.
Skipping is fun.
I
It's
just
a
have
word game.
I just have a lot of energy. Skipping helps me do it. A word game? No.
Okay.
And Garrick, you've got one final, like, actual question, and then we're down to just guessing.
I think we're at just guessing.
No, you've got one left. That was question number 19. You're on 20.
Alright.
If you want, you can talk with Gum, since it is your last question. Start trying to feel what each other are thinking, you know?
James, what are you thinking?
I actually I'm caught in between two things. Either A, because I do think the main crux of the thing is, well, broaden your definition of game. That's, I think, the best hint.
Mhm.
I thoroughly believe it's actually something I've never... I don't thoroughly believe it, but I believe either it's something I've never done before, like never played, or it's something that, like, everyone's done but doesn't realize that it's something played. But what that is, I don't know.
See, the big thing is, I know Colin has brought this up to us before. That's how he is.
Mhm.
I talk a lot.
Yeah. I've got no clue, man.
You've got one question. You can't always just give up. If you want to look like an absolute bitch. Well, now, if he gives up, you get the question. That's the thing. Remember, if one of you gives up, the other one carries.
You asked if it was a game of skill earlier, and Colin, you said no,
And the
right?
answer
No,
is
it is. It is not.
It is not a game of skill.
Oh, goddamn.
It is a single-player game that does not require skill. Is usually played
skill
indoors.
cards, or Christ, or dice. See, that's the part that's messing me up, is the fact that it doesn't have
Or
cards,
chalk.
which doesn't have dice.
Doesn't have chalk, pencils, dice, cards, nothing like that.
But yet it's a game of skill.
It is not a game of skill.
So it's a game of chances. That's what's messing me up. Does it require a ball? Oh, never mind, it's an indoor activity. I know that
What were
one.
you gonna ask? I won't answer.
It requires a ball.
Okay. Is that your question?
No.
Okay.
It's an outdoor activity thing.
It is
Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah.
That depends on your space.
Yeah, true.
Like, if it's inside your house and you're winging a ball around, you're an idiot. You're gonna break something.
You're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a dog, like a ball for your dog.
Yeah.
You're playing like fetch.
Murphy's Law is, like, just kind of waiting on you if you're throwing a ball inside your house.
You deserve it.
Yeah.
You're living in a glass house throwing rocks. It's only a matter of time. You can do it. I believe in the both of you so bad.
My brain is going stupid shit. But I'll save that question for my very last.
This is your very last question.
No,
Like,
he means.
you have to
Yeah.
answer,
okay.
is it this?
Yeah, you mean the guess at the end, okay.
Yeah. Fucking hate, man.
It's a good one.
So hard.
I don't go easy on you.
I know.
Like I said, I like you to win, but I like it to be like high, like teens. You know, I like you to win starting at like question number 16, no lower than that.
Does one game of it take longer than 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, now we come to guesses. So, Gums, you're up first. What do you think it is?
Is it chess?
No,
Okay.
but thank you for the guess. It was a good guess.
Hmm.
Alright, Garrick, it's all down to you.
I'm thinking, man.
Don't hurt yourself.
Because, like, my brain wants to be a dumbass and ask if it's 20 questions.
That's not a single player
No.
game.
Yeah, I was about to
That
say.
is not a single player game unless you have a really bad case of, like, dissociative identity disorder.
It's like we were talking about earlier. The King of Red Lion is schizophrenic.
He's got it easy.
Talking to the voices in his head playing 20 questions.
Dude, I'd kill for that. I'd kill for that. You don't understand how jealous I am of people that, like, just have someone to talk to all the time. What you ask?
So is it Monopoly?
I will let you take that one back, because Monopoly does require dice.
Oh,
It also requires multiple people.
And cards.
Well, I actually use and cards, yeah.
I'm just trying to think, man.
And it's a board game. Which
I'm being
I already
called.
said it wasn't a board game. Who's calling?
Jasmine.
Is that the Wii? Like,
Yes.
okay. Well, do you want to give up, since you need to take this?
Yeah.
It's a jigsaw puzzle.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew what was fucking you up was the fact that you were trying to think of it as a game of chance.
No, yeah.
And I'm like, I wanted to come out and be like, no, it's not a game of chance, but you never asked, and I don't want to... That's too big of a hint for me to just drop, you know?
I will say, like, that is a game of skill. Like,
It is not a game of skill.
no, when I asked the thing of, is it a game of skill or a game of, like, luck kind of thing. When I said, is it a game of skill, I meant, like, do you need to do something and can you win? Or is it just random? That's what I meant.
Okay. When you said game of skill, I thought you meant the word skill. Like, do you need to be good to do it?
Like, in my mind, there are two types of games. Games of skill, where you actively participate and can win by doing things, and games of chance, where it's like, sure, you might participate, but it's completely up to luck.
It's, you know, there's no real decision making. You're just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah.
No, then that's... I feel like that one, I'm gonna blame that one on you. Because that is not...
No, I definitely think that is my fault.
I am sorry. But, yeah. You don't understand how upset I was, because I thought that one would have been easier. I was like, we've done jigsaw puzzles before.
Yeah.
I've talked about how I...
didn't know you liked them that much.
I love jigsaw. You'll remember that before we got into, like, a bunch of games, my default activity when people were late to the session was, hey, let's load up a jigsaw puzzle. Let's do a small jigsaw.
Yeah.
And then do that. I go so far, I have a round jigsaw puzzle, like a circle. You head down there.
Yeah.
Okay. When you see John, tell him I said hey.
Will do. Love you, brother.
Yeah, love you too.
I'll see you guys later.
Alright. Yeah.
Guns, are we still going?
I kind of want to, but probably we'll go to 3.
You're back.
And ring the bell icon.
Thank you, Derek. It's very important.
Yeah,
Thank you.
What would I ever do without my hype squad?
Alright, I'm actually heading out this time.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me go piss.
Can I just say?
No,
okay.
So, no, go ahead. What do you want?
I was about to say, can I just say, now that Derek's gone, this makes my question so much easier to form, because he would get so many.
Yeah, what is it?
Nothing. I don't have anything right now, but it's like there was a lot where I was like, "Oh, that won't work," because he'd know instantly, you know. Or it's like,
yeah, okay. Are we still playing 20 questions then?
I'd like to. I think
Okay.
it'd be fun.
Okay, let me go piss real quick and play.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
Alright, what's your topic, big boy? Let me hear what you're thinking.
I think we'll go, what is my favorite creature? I think we'll do that.
Okay. Hang on, I'm making a really funny joke to get. I told him to ask her if she wants to play 20 questions with us. Alright, first question. Is it a real creature?
No. I'm actually glad you asked that, because I was worried you'd just get trapped in reality and then go on forever.
But when you said creature, my initial thing was, okay, that could be like a fucking dragon. So, let's make sure it's real first. Is it human-shaped?
No.
Does it have more than 2 legs?
No.
Does it have wings?
Yes.
Does it come in
Might
both...
get this a lot quicker than I thought.
Does it come in both male and female variants?
I believe so, but I'm not positive.
Okay. If you're not sure...
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Okay, I was gonna say, can I, like, get that, like, leaning male,
Yeah.
female? Like, I'm fine with maybes, but I don't knows are the most upsetting question to get.
No, I know.
Because it's like, damn it, I wasted that question. Know what you're fucking talking about first. Yeah, I'm good at 20 questions, by the way, if that's not clear.
No, I knew you would.
Like, Garrick was holding me back. The floodgate has come.
I'll say it is female.
Is it a heartbeat?
No.
I was so, like, ready for that. It has wings, it has 2 legs, not human-shaped, or it has either 2 legs or, like, less than that. It is not human-shaped, and it is primarily female. Does that mean when you said that, say it's female, do you mean there are no males, or there are more females?
In the thing I read, there are no males.
Okay.
But I could have misread it out of the 2 things, but I'm pretty sure there are no males.
Knowing who I am, would I stick my dick in it?
Maybe.
Alright, it's you know what, that actually tells me it's either, like, ugly, or it would just be really hard to have any kind of intercourse with. Because my standards for non-humans are pretty low, and you know that. That makes it sound terrible.
It is, but anyway.
It's not, okay. It's how it is. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. How many questions am I at?
You've done 7, about to ask 8.
Can I talk to it? Like, would it be able to respond back?
You can talk to it, but it would not respond back, like, in English, like, in words.
But it would respond. It would be able to understand.
Yes.
Okay. So, I ruled out dragon forever ago, because they have more than 2 legs.
Not entirely true, actually.
No,
but
there are other types of dragons, but actual, like, other than Chinese dragons, unless you're thinking of that, they have 4 legs, 2 wings. The wyverns are the ones where
I was actually about to just say.
Yeah,
wyverns are a type of...
They are considered a type of dragon, but they are not a dragon.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if we had an animal called quadruped.
Yeah.
I don't know who came up with it. It's stupid. But it's how it is. And it's why so many people got upset with Skyrim when they called them dragons, and they were not dragons. Alright, so It's not a dragon. It's not a harpy. It could... Did you say it would respond to me? Like, if I talk to it, we'd be able to have, like it would understand, or at least be able to communicate with me.
I said it would respond to you.
Okay. Okay. That's not helpful. Does it speak a language?
Not in the traditional sense, as in it can communicate with other things of it, like, you know.
Yeah, they can talk amongst themselves, but I couldn't learn it and talk to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it's the equivalent of like dogs barking at each other, you know, like.
Would it be considered less intelligent than the average human?
Less intelligent. In certain media, yes, but in the one I'm thinking of, no.
So it's sometimes.
Yeah.
All right. Oh. If I asked somebody who wasn't a total nerd if they knew what this creature was, would they respond yes? Like, would your average Joe have heard of this creature?
Yes.
Yes? Interesting. Fun. 20 questions seems so easy until you start narrowing it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. See, this is like a type of question that I'm pretty positive Garrick would get really quick.
Yeah, he would or wouldn't?
He would.
Okay.
Unless he just like forgot that.
Is it a mythical creature, like a creature that has appeared somewhere in history or the world, like a dragon, Bigfoot? Those are creatures that have appeared, but like an orc is not. An orc has never been a real thing. And not in the sense of like they're real, but like they're real to it. Like the Loch Ness Monster exists to some people.
So you'd consider the Loch Ness Monster a mythical creature?
A creature, when I say mythical creature, I mean a creature that shows up in mythology, or is
then yes.
Or is a local myth, or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So it is a myth.
Yeah. Is it, does it appear in paganism of some kind?
I don't know.
I'll take that question back then. I liked how exasperated that sounded, though.
Like, I have no idea on the pagan mythology and religion. Like, I have no idea. It's like...
See, I was sitting here thinking, like, it could be, like, the World Eater, you know, like the snake from, like, the Norse mythology, you know? It could be the Sphinx.
That's considered pagan?
Yes, Norse mythology.
What is...
Norse paganism is paganism, I hate to tell you.
What is all falls under the pagan mythology?
Pagan literally just refers to any religion that is kind of, like, out of style. Like, either it's been debunked straight up, or it just has, like, little to no following.
Oh, okay.
So, like, we've got the big ones today. Like, Christianity is not a pagan religion. Because it has a large
okay.
following.
I never knew that's what pagan meant. Yeah. I thought pagan was its own thing. Like, just... Okay.
Norse mythology is paganism.
It does appear in
paganism. Yeah, there's a lot. Okay. It appears in paganism. Does it appear in Egyptian paganism specifically?
Let's see what the internet has to say.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yes. Is it a sphinx?
No.
I thought that one would be a little too... I thought maybe you were trying to, like, throw me off by pretending you didn't know.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I was like, that's a pretty... if I, like, when I asked Egyptian if it was a sphinx, he would have immediately known.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to... I thought maybe you were trying to, like, hide it from me. How many questions am I at?
You're at 15, about to ask 16.
Jesus Christ, alright. I want to narrow down which paganism is, which pagan religion it's from, but I also don't, because if I'm like, is it Norse, is it Egyptian, you know, like, what all ones doesn't appear in, that would be great, it would help me, but also, I would blow through, like,
it could also be a yes to all of those, and then that's it. Like,
yeah, exactly. I'd get, like, one no. I'm looking up this thing's name, just to make sure. This is... I don't want to get got on, like, a technicality, though. Okay. Anyway, it is called a sphinx. For sure.
oh.
I wanted to make sure I wasn't... I don't know why, I felt like I was full of shit. And you said it does not have more than 4 legs.
It does not have more than 4 legs.
To clarify, are we counting, like, arms that it stands on as also legs, or are those arms and different?
I would count those as legs.
As
like,
legs. So, like,
I'd count those as arms.
Okay. So, like, a griffin would not make the cut. Because he has just 4 legs. He has no hands.
A griffin, yeah, he has 4 legs and then like wings. So yeah, that would be 4 legs.
Okay, because they can grasp things with their front hands a lot of times.
Yeah.
So I was making sure. Okay, we're getting kind of rough. It's not human. It has 2 or less legs. It does have wings. I might fuck it. Which, you know I will be giving an answer to afterwards.
I hope so. Then I can better evaluate when that question comes up.
It is not a sphinx. Does it have 4 or more appendages, not counting the head?
Yes.
Okay. Does it have 4 appendages exactly?
Still not counting the head?
Still not counting the head.
Yes.
Okay, so it's got 2 legs and 2 wings. Those are its 4 appendages.
To put it bluntly, yes.
I was sitting here like, there's like, snakes don't have legs. They appear everywhere. Like, there are snakes with wings in mythology.
Yeah, that
and I don't want to get caught up on thinking it's 2 legs when it could not be. See, that sounds like a siren to me. Or like, a bird of some kind. Like a bird person of some kind. It's gotta be. What are the fucking... Is it the chick with wings? You know what I'm talking about? The chick whose arms are also wings, is it her?
Like a harpy?
Kind of.
No. I'll just say no. Like,
it's not a harpy. It's called something different. But it's literally just like a woman who has wings under her arms. Like, not like an ugly, like, and a call, you know, bird person.
I actually think I know what you're talking about.
The answer is still no. How many questions am I at?
You're about to ask the 19th question.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know I don't have many more. I want to see if I can narrow it down for one guess, you know what I mean? Is it's not... What did you say when I asked if they were less intelligent than humans?
I said,
Sometimes,
sometimes.
right?
I'm sure it's out there, but when I see it, no. They are of the same intelligence, but greater.
More animals. Oh, wait, do you mean no, as in like they are not less intelligent?
Yeah, you said, are they less intelligent than, and I said no.
Okay, so they are smart. To some degree. Like, being as smart as a dude is pretty fucking smart, considering. You know what I'm saying?
I mean it in a certain context, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay.
If that's the thing that makes you trips you up, I'm sorry, but I don't think it should be.
It's okay. God, I'm so... It's like one of four things.
Actually, you know what? Let me flip my thing.
Oh.
Typically, it is less intelligent than humans, but I've seen it not. We'll do it that way.
Okay.
It's more common for it to be less intelligent than humans, but I have seen it not. We'll do it that way. Because now that I think about it, I think it is more common for it to be less intelligent.
Okay. Which, again, I can't think anything other than harpy. Like, that's the whole thing with harpies, is they're like women who were cursed, and now they're bird people. It's not human-shaped. That's the big thing that's getting it, honestly.
Yeah.
Is that it is a 2 legs, 2 wings, maybe with arms creature that is not human-shaped. So, that's what's fucking me, honestly. Are they dangerous?
Yes.
I can't think of anything other than a harpy.
Spoiler alert, it is not a harpy.
You're sure it's not a harpy?
I will look up harpy. I am positive it is not a harpy. Images. No. Like...
Damn it. Let's think for a second. Let's put on our thinking caps, right? Not a harpy.
We have one more question and then a gift.
I know, that's why I'm so, like, I'm dreading it so bad.
You're welcome to go over all the information you have so far.
I know. I've been doing that every now and again. I doubt...
Do it out loud, because I might clarify something if you're completely off.
My things that... what matters to me out of all the questions...
Yeah.
2 wings, 2 arms. The wings possibly might have... Or, no. 2 wings, 2 legs. And it might possibly have arms with the wings. Like, that's pretty common. But that's not everything. It is not human-shaped, as in if it stood next to me, you would not go,
nobody'd be like, oh, that's a person.
Yeah. It is in Egyptian paganism, and it is a mythical creature that, like, somebody believed existed at some point.
Correct. I would assume so, considering it says it is in the mythology.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, they didn't believe all of it. They just, like, sometimes they were just stories.
Well, then I will say, by Google's account, it is in the mythology of that. Like,
Okay.
whether they believe it exists or not, I wouldn't know. I'd have to actually read.
Yeah. Okay. That's about what we've got. I'm assuming, like, there's some assumptions I can draw from it. Like, I assume since it has wings, it has feathers. You know, that would make sense to me. Either that or it's like a weird bat creature. Is it a weird bat creature?
Is that your final answer?
That's my
final question?
That's my final question. Does it have, like, is it a bat kind of thing?
No.
Damn, okay. I was thinking maybe it's like a fucking vampire or some shit. You remember the classic vampire stereotype?
Yeah,
literally just like a dude with bat wings? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. My final guess. I don't fucking know what it's called.
Describe it.
Phoenix. Let's go with that. Let's go with Phoenix. I feel like that's a good
That's it!
oh, dude!
Dude, are you actually serious?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
No, I mean, like, you had it, you were talking, and I'm like, he's nowhere near it. He's off the rails, like... Yes, it is a phoenix. It is my
I
favorite.
was sitting there, I was thinking, like, all of this has culminated into a harpy or a bat person. It's neither one of those. So it's gotta be some kind of just fucking bird. Like an actual fucking bird. What bird appears everywhere? Phoenix.
Yeah. That was good.
Thank you. I told you. I struggled, don't get me wrong, but I usually get it. That was a good one, though. Thank you.
Yeah.
Some of the things that threw me off, like, when you said it was not less intelligent, I was like, I ruled out every just fucking bird.
I know, I realized that. That's why I corrected that. Because typically I see it where it's like, it's either, like, sure, it's just a bird, but it's also might be a bird, but it, like, they see the future, or they're, like, super smart, but it's a bird.
It's a bird.
You know?
It
like,
is a dumbass when it's first born, but it lives for so long because of the reincarnation that it eventually becomes smart. That was a good one. I was the way you said it, like, yes, actually, like, you were shocked I got that.
Yeah, no, I was. Like I said, I thought you were nowhere close. I thought you were gonna be like, I don't know, like sparrows.
That's a real bird, sorry.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll do the same thing for me. My favorite fantasy creature.
Okay.
Or you know what? No. My favorite creature. I'll be vague about it. I might pick a real.
Is it fictional?
Yes.
First question. Okay.
It's an extra question to add, you know?
No, I know.
The answer is maybe. It's Bigfoot.
Some think it is, some think it isn't.
I'm a squatcher, as they call it. A guy who believes in Bigfoot.
Is it well known?
How well is
like the average person?
The average
like the same thing you asked me, where it's like, oh, if the average person heard of it? Like,
if I asked 100 people on the street, like 70 of them would be able to say it, at least. I'm gonna say... no.
Clarify, are you sure I know of it?
You know what? You mentioned... I'll change this up for you. Because I forget that you just said earlier you're not, like into mythology and all, like paganism.
I am into mythology. I didn't realize paganism referred to all mythology, basically.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say no to that question. I'm gonna give you back that question. And I'm gonna change my answer to yes. I will change. My favorite creature is Cernunnos. That name alone you probably don't recognize.
It actually slightly rings a bell.
Slightly. It was a pagan deity in the Celtic areas, whose entire thing was that he was super chill. He lived in the woods. But if you ever said anything mean about him, he would come to your house, eat your children, and leave their bones in your fireplace.
Yeah, I think I've heard of something like that, if not that, but I would never have guessed that.
Yeah, you would never have guessed this. So I'm gonna give you that question back. I'm gonna think. Give me a second to think of something else, something you probably heard about. Oh, you know what? I've got the perfect one you definitely have heard of. I'm not sure if it's well known or not. Okay. I'm gonna go with not where we are.
Oh, okay. So not in, like, where we as in North America?
Yeah. Not we as in North America. Like, Garrick would probably know about it, but if you asked, like, Matt, maybe. If you asked your girlfriend, maybe. I don't know
okay.
the percentage.
Okay.
And I don't want to say it's well known and then find out I was completely wrong.
Yeah. Is it considered a? Oh, so wait, is that my question? Is it well known? Like, do I add that back now, or like?
No, I was answering that. I was re-answering that question.
Okay.
With the new subject. So far we've got it's a fictional creature, and it's not
And
well known where we are.
Okay. Is it a small creature?
Define small. I hate shooting a define like after every question, but I don't want to like have different definitions, and then you get it.
Small as in like
3'7".
Like no. Smaller like is it the biggest size of dog like in real world or below?
To be fair, dogs can be pretty fucking big.
Like on average. Like I'm not talking like, oh, this dog is like 20 feet tall. Yeah, like I'm talking like
a Rottweiler kind of thing.
Yeah. Like
it is not.
Okay.
Your question was, is it small? So it's not.
Is it small? So it is not. It is bigger than that. Is it humanoid?
Yes.
Is it associated with any element?
Like the classic earth, water, wind,
the classic
thing?
4, yeah.
No.
Okay.
That marks question number 5. You're on to the second half of the first half.
Is it intelligent?
Yes.
Like of like human or above?
Yes.
Less, like kind of thing, you know? Okay.
It's not below you.
Yeah, okay. Is it dangerous?
Yes.
I want to say, is it a heartbeat? But I feel like you wouldn't do that.
I will admit I have a huge hard-on for harpies, but no. Also, to answer, I forgot earlier, I would in fact, assuming its size is like high enough, I would do a phoenix.
While lit?
While it's on fire, no, because that would hurt.
Okay, that is why I said maybe. I was like, well, I mean, it is on fire 90% of the time.
If it is just in like bird, like it's just feathery, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think twice.
Is it aggressive?
Sometimes. I'm sorry, but
okay.
It's a good answer when you hear it.
Yeah.
You'll know it.
Can it fly?
Yes.
Does it have 4 appendages excluding the head?
Yes. That was question 10, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Alright, it was human intelligence or higher, right?
Human intelligence or higher.
Okay. Does it have feathers?
Nope. That's probably your biggest hint right there. Can fly. has 4 appendages, but no feathers.
Looking at it, would somebody recognize this as a supernatural creature? Or like a mythical creature?
No.
Okay.
It's Bigfoot.
I actually have, like, I'm not really sure. I'm not even, like,
Yeah.
on to something at the moment.
Like I said, it gets hard once you narrow it down. Because, like, in the beginning, it's so easy. It's like, okay, these are such broad categories. Let's cut up the pie a little bit. And the pie gets down to, like, 1 slice, and you're like, fuck.
Are they typically female?
Yes.
Okay.
Racking your brain over there, I said. I'd tell you to expand your definition of fantasy, but I feel like that would be bad advice.
I'm trying to, like, I've got an idea in mind, but it's like I don't know how to get the best result per question ratio.
Well, you've got 7 more and a guess.
Do they require something from humans to progress?
By progress, you mean?
I mean either continue on the path that they are, or like nourishment, or
Okay. Yes. Just in
specifically humans.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying they eat humans. I'm saying like, I wanted to make sure you didn't mean like specifically. Do they need to just eat humans, or like?
No. Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that that was just a thing of like, would they on average need people for something?
Are they considered demonic?
Very much so. And that marks question number 15. Not demons, though. Sorry.
Are they Are they commonly fetishized?
No.
Like, obviously,
Well,
in their, like, this supernatural creature community, are they common?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Kind of throws me off now.
What were you thinking, like succubus or something?
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
I will give you a single hint, because you are clearly not going to make it if I don't.
Okay.
It is not a they, it is an it. I hope that helps.
Kinda does, but I don't think in the way. It might have led me off the wrong track, but...
Yeah. I just knew, like, the way you were going, you always referred to it as they. And I was like, he's gonna get so
okay.
caught up thinking about it being multiples that he's, like, disregarding singles. Like, when you asked me, are they usually female, I was like, well, it is female, but...
Yeah.
I don't know if I should say... I can only say, like, yes or no, you know?
Is it Lilith?
No.
Okay.
Good guess. Lilith
Thank
is
you.
Lilith is my favorite, like, Jew myth. I feel like a lot of people around here know about Lilith, though. Like, isn't Lilith a
Maybe,
real
but
name that you could name somebody?
no, not really. I've never met or heard really anybody call their kid Lilith.
Okay. I've met, like, one person named... I don't know if they were named Lilith, or if that was just what they went by. Like, I did meet them in high school on the Xbox. They very well could have just been, like, an edgy teenager.
Are they, like, of a paganistic...
You can just say, is she.
Then?
I already told you.
Sorry. I know. Is she paganistic?
And it is
as in,
up, actually.
Of a dead.
Are they dead?
No, of a dead. Like, of a dead religion or mythology or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yes. You've got 2 questions left, but...
Yeah.
2 questions left. I hope you're getting there, but I don't think you are.
I don't think I am either. Do they fulfill a similar... Does she, sorry, I'm so used to saying it, do they? Does she fill a similar role in this religion or mythology as Lilith does in the Jewish mythology, or, like, religion?
Yeah, to confirm, just so we're on the same page, Lilith's entire role was, like, leading demons, basically, like, inventing demons.
Yeah, or I'm more so referring to the idea of her being, like, in a way, like, the queen of hell, in the sense where it's like,
okay.
she was with Lucifer at one point, kind of thing. Nope. Okay.
Nope.
I
really hope you get it. I hope we have another Phoenix where
there's no way.
You're nowhere near it, and then all of a sudden on the final guess, you just pull it out of your ass. Did you think of a funny one?
No. I'm thinking of, I have no idea.
You can always give up.
No, I would never do that. Is she beautiful? That's my final question.
No.
Okay.
That's why she would be fetishized if she was.
Fair.
Alright, what is your guess?
Crap, what's her name? She's the witch that lives in the house that has chicken legs.
Baba Yaga?
Baba Yaga.
It's Baba Yaga.
Is it actually?
It's Baba Yaga. She is part of a Slavic folklore. So technically she is pagan.
Oh my gosh.
When you said who is she, I was like, fuck, he's got it. What was it that finally clicked for you?
it was the combination of she's demonic, like you said, very much so, like so clearly like evil type deal.
Yeah.
And honestly, it was like I was sitting here racking my brain of like what is like women that are like crazy powerful and stuff like that in mythologies.
That's why I said.
And I was like,
yeah.
And then I was like, I was actually like, after I asked, is she beautiful? I was like, oh man, I should have asked, like, because then, but like, I asked, is she beautiful? You said no. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, what's a woman with power that isn't beautiful? And I'm like, oh, a witch. And I'm like, okay, what's a witch that only he and I would know? And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Baba
I was going to accept hags if you had ever asked hags, not witches. That's why when you asked, is it fetishized, I was like, the answer is Baba Yaga, but I was gonna accept hags or witches, just because you might not know the actual name of the one specific lady. But
I
witches
do know
Baba.
I did know the name. I just couldn't remember.
Yeah. Witches are heavily fetishized. So I was like, I was thinking Baba Yaga, she's closer to a hag. No, and witches is no longer a good answer.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say yes. Because any witch you
no,
see
that
nowadays
would run me down somewhere
just has
else.
Big titties, a fat ass, and sleeps around. That's the definition of fetishize. That was too rock solid. I really didn't think you were gonna get him. It descended from the heavens, if I'm being honest. It was just the clouds parted, and I'm like, this is the only answer. I was like, it's the old meme. It's really fucking old. The guy's like yelling at the sky, fist in the air, an angel comes down with like a piece of paper. He opens it and reads it. It's the answer he needed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Baba Yaga is my personal favorite thing ever because of the fact that she is in no way redeemable. She is an evil creature that will kill you for funsies, just leave you there, or do something horrible to you. And her entire purpose of existing is just to be kind of a dick about it. Like, I don't know if you know the like, lore behind Baba Yaga, but people would actively seek her out back in, like, there's a lot of
I actually do know a bit.
Yeah.
But not much.
Her whole thing was, if you found her, there was a very small chance that if you asked her for help, she would just help you. Yeah. There was a larger chance that she would help you, but ask for something, like, gonna in return. Like, oh, you know, Miss Yaga, my son's gone missing into the woods. And she'll be like, I'll help you if you take his place. Like, you have to wander the woods until you die, but I will get him back to his village.
Yeah.
And there was a even larger chance that she would kill an Egan.
That she would just outright be like, ooh, lunch.
Exactly. So the whole like moral of Baba Yaga's story was, if you need help, don't ask people who you know probably won't help you. It won't end well.
Alright, I got one. We're sticking on the fictional side of things.
I can't wait to ask 20 questions, get nowhere near it, and pull it out of my ass.
I actually think this one might be quick, but I don't know.
It depends.
What is my favorite? We'll specify.
Oh, fuck.
Like myth.
Myth? Not like a creature, just an actual myth?
An actual myth, but if you're like clearly getting nowhere, I'll like specialize a bit more, but...
Okay. Well, those are gonna be my first few questions, so it's okay. Is this a religious myth?
No.
That includes pagan. Don't forget, pagan is religious, so if it's like Ragnarok, then the answer is
yes.
Okay. Is it Ragnarok?
Damn it. No.
Is it an Armageddon-type scenario?
Oh, very good question, but no.
That was a good question. I liked it.
Yeah.
Is it a prophecy of some kind?
No.
Does it have a moral?
We'll say no. Hold on. Actually,
Tough question, huh?
well, no.
No? Okay. It's just a story. Got it. It's a pagan story that does not end in the end of the world. You didn't even know Egyptians were pagan until 2 seconds ago, so I'm not gonna ask if it's Egyptian paganism.
I know mythology. I just didn't realize the umbrella term for mythology was pagan.
It's not. Again, pagan is religions.
Dead and stuff, yeah.
No, it's just religions that are... Like, when people finally stop believing in Bigfoot, he will not be a pagan thing. He will just be a... He's, Fat Snake.
That's me.
That meant nothing to you. Tsuchinoko! That's the word. Tsuchinoko. He's the Tsuchinoko.
I don't know what you were talking about.
Tsuchinoko is a fat snake. It's from Japan. And the entire thing about it is that it was a literal, just a fat snake. A fat-ass snake. But if you found it and talked to it, it would only lie to you. But it wouldn't do it on purpose. So technically it was omniscient. Like if you asked it, is God real? And the answer was no, it would say yes. Because it didn't know that before, but because you've asked it the question, it learns that information. And then and then it lies.
But that is not a religion, it is just
It's not part of a religion, it is just a mythical creature. It is not pagan. It is
I will
just
say,
a mythical creature.
I understand the term pagan. When I refer to mythology, I mean more so the vastly non-literal term. When I talk about, I mean like Nordic, Egyptian, Greek, Celtic, like that kind of thing.
Okay. They intertwine a lot, but
yeah.
okay. It happens.
Where it's like, oh, they have Anubis. Oh, well, you know, the whatever, like, well, I guess Christianity is dead, but it's like, oh, we have, like, the devil, you know? Not that Anubis is the devil, I know that's not the case, but it's like...
somewhat similar purpose.
Yeah.
In that they're the, ooh, ouch, don't meet that guy.
Yeah.
Except everybody sees Anubis if you are a believer in Egyptian paganism.
It's actually my new religion.
Your heart didn't weigh less than this feather?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Damn, bye.
Yeah, get eaten. Okay. Does it involve a deity of any kind?
I'm deity.
Deity as in, like, if we're talking pagan, Ra would be a deity. You know, Thor would be a deity.
Okay, yes.
Yes. Is it Egyptian?
No.
Norse?
No.
Celtic?
No.
Fuck me. See, now I want to keep asking to narrow it down, but I also don't want to, like, waste 4 more questions. Is it Roman? I'll end with that one. Is it a Roman myth?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Does it involve the sun?
Nope.
Does it involve space in any capacity?
No.
So it's bound to the Earth.
Is that a question?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Does it involve a trial of some sort?
No.
No, goddamn. What kind of myth is this? Does it involve, like, stuff people thought was common sense? Like, if we have trouble sleeping, burn an incense. You know, that kind of thing. Getting desperate if you can't tell.
Does it involve common sense? Like, if you have trouble sleeping, burn an incense. Like,
Yeah. Like, is it just a, like, oh, this will help you in your life kind of thing? Or is it literally just a story?
this will help you in your... Like, this myth tells you what? Like, what are you getting?
Like, information that you could use. Like, there was an old myth, like, if you were in a room that didn't have any, like, outlet, like, it didn't have a window open or something, and you turned on a fan, you would die. That's not true, but there were some cases of people who got suffocated by the fan because they blew it directly on their face. They just died. So it wasn't a myth, but it was good practice. Or it was a myth, but it was good practice.
Then I will say no.
God damn. So it is just a story.
Yes.
Don't like how not confident.
Is that a question? Should I count that? Or is that a clarification?
That's a clarification.
Okay.
You can count it if you really want to.
No, you're fine.
So it's a story. It is pagan. Like, it originated there, at least, or it's showcased there somewhere. It involved... Did you say it did involve a deity, or it didn't involve a deity?
It did.
It's not like a Hercules thing. He didn't have any trial. It's not Egyptian. It's not about the one with Ra going, like, around the world with the sun. Oh my god. Is it Beowulf?
No, but that is a freaking epic myth.
It is. That's why I was sitting here thinking, like, he likes to read, I like to read. Beowulf is, like, the sign of someone who likes to read. So I'm a little sad it wasn't Beowulf, honestly.
No, that's a good guess, though.
Does it involve non-humans? Like, other than the deity, obviously.
Other than the deity, yeah, I figured.
Like, do harpies show up? Do lake people show up? Is there
I'm
a bear in it?
No.
It's only humans, aside from one deity.
Okay. It is not... I never said it is one deity.
I know, it could be more, but
I'm
sticking with
just
one
saying.
Until, you know.
Okay. You were very particular about that. I don't want you to, like, limit your options.
Yeah, no. I'm not, don't worry.
Alright.
Alright, how many questions am I at?
You're at 16 if I attack
Christ.
the 17th.
I get no fucking idea so far. Does it involve an ascension of some kind?
Define ascension.
As in, like, the classic becoming, like, Hercules ascended to become a god through some trial. Or, this person grew up, and, like, they were a godling, like, I guess, the son of a god. And they realized some epic wisdom, told it to Zeus, and he said, shit, my man, that was wise bullshit, come on in. And made him a god.
I will say... They did not ascend, but they became more afterwards.
Okay. Question number 18. Coming at you live.
I almost feel bad, like...
It's just so broad, I could ask a million questions.
I know, I'll, like, narrow it, but then you'll, like, immediately get it after this. Like, if you don't get it, I'll narrow it.
Nah, it's okay. If I don't get it, I don't get it. It's part of the fun of 20 questions.
Alright. Well, then I'll...
Yeah, you'll just tell me what it is. Is it a story that's still told today? You know what? Hang on. Let me change that question.
Okay.
Does it have its analogies today? Like, you know how Christians basically, like, rewrote a lot of pagan stuff to fit Christianity way back when to help them convert? Is that a thing today? Like, is there, you know, like, wizards were a thing. Now we have Harry Potter, you know?
Like, so, like, is the theme of it, or just it in itself, shown in modern day, in some respect?
If it was, like, in a movie, would I be able to point at it and go, oh, hey, they took inspiration from that myth?
You might not be able to say it took inspiration from that myth, but it does maybe unknowingly do so.
Okay. That was question number 20, 19?
That was, you just asked 18, you're about to ask 19.
Ah, okay. Is it the one about the Irish dude? The Irish man who was a god, and the Scottish dude who was also a god, getting into a bit of a tussle.
I have no clue what that myth is, so no.
Damn. I was like, that's kind of pagan, but it's not really. Alright, that was question number 19. Racking my brain out here. Is it a Native American myth?
No.
God damn it. Alright. I have no fucking clue. Just like, whatever guess I have is gonna be so far off the mark.
Okay, let me narrow it down, because I do actually want to see if you even, like, know it. I'd imagine you would.
Maybe.
It was a Greek myth.
Okay.
Which, might I add, is the only, like, thing you did not ask.
I know. Well, I was assuming it was Greek for the most part.
Yeah, okay.
Is it the one about Atlas, like, holding up the world?
No. I'll give you one more, because your last two were about, like, not Greek things, so, like...
I was more clarifying, you know?
No, I know.
Like, I was like, it's fucking... I don't know, but we're trying. It's not about Atlas. It's not about Hercules, or, you know, Hercule.
Heracles.
Yeah, there we go. I was trying to think.
Yeah. I was about to say, I was like, I should do Hercules, but actually Hercules from Roman mythology. Like, when you asked a Roman, I was like, man, that'd be funny.
It's not a trial. It's not, like, something that would help you in your day-to-day life to know.
Okay, how about, it does not help you, but it does explain something.
Well, yeah, but that's...
that's most myths.
That's what I was gonna say. That's the whole point of, like, pagans, was they were like, ooh, the sun go round the world. Guess a fucking bird did it. They can fly.
Yeah, guess he's got a chariot and is running around up there.
It's like, I guess, alright.
It's nighttime, guess he died. They actually believe that, by the way. I don't know if you know that or not.
I think I do.
They thought that the edge of the world, because they thought it was flat, when Ra passed through it to take the sun down, he entered the underworld.
Right, he entered the underworld and died, and then the spirits bring him back to life so he can come back around with the sun.
Back around.
That happens every day, like, dude.
Every single day. I'm telling you what, he's got some faith in those fucking spirits.
Nah, he really does.
I don't know about you, man, but I would not test the waters that many times. Alright. It probably has something to do with Aphrodite. But I don't want to say anything about her. She's the, like, you know, like, she's the one who puts out a lot. You don't tend to like sexual things in general. And there's nothing more sexual than Aphrodite.
No,
That was
really.
That was her literal purpose.
I can think of a couple Aphrodite things that would be funny to bring up, but
Yeah. Let's be fair. Aphrodite was where the term like slut came from.
honestly,
You know. I'm gonna go with.
you remember you have one more question and then your guess.
Oh, one more question and then I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with Mercury?
No.
I know that might seem like a bad question, but Mercury was in
Actually-
a lot of myths.
Maybe. I can't fully
Maybe.
remember.
He was
But
the
if he
messenger of
is,
the
I know he was
gods.
the messenger.
Yeah.
If he was, it was the smallest fraction that he
Yeah.
might as well be irrelevant.
He might as well not be in it. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna take a wild guess here and
You
say
get this. I'm gonna be amazed.
it's the myth about Apollo herding sheep, or not herding sheep, but like getting the golden loot and fucking around
Please.
with the sheep.
That is incorrect. I'm very sorry to say.
Okay. I was gonna say it's
My
not
favorite
it's
myth.
not a trial, so it
No.
fits all the parameters. It's just there's a few of them that do that at this point.
Yeah.
Let's
My favorite myth is the myth about Hades and Persephone and how they got together.
okay.
Because it is like, not only are Hades and Persephone like the power couple of Greek mythology,
Yeah.
but it also the idea that Hades was like, damn, how do I get this girl? And he decided to ask Zeus on what to do. And Zeus was like, well, just freaking kidnap her, dude.
That's what I do. Shit.
Yeah.
They're women. They shouldn't get an opinion.
He listened to him, immediately realized, oh crap, that was a stupid idea, and she fell in love with him anyway.
Yeah. That was the whole thing. He realized it was stupid, and she was like, wow, a man who gives a shit.
Yeah.
That's a huge step up.
Yeah, that was unheard of.
I know, it was fantastic. Like there was a joke about like how often should I beat my wife? You're a wise man.
I almost wanted to do the myth of, like, because some of mine also stem off of that.
Yeah.
Like the explanation on where mint came from, if you know that one.
I do not. Actually.
So
Would you like to
there's
share?
I would love to. There's a separate myth, and it is about Hades. These two idiots basically come into hell,
Yeah.
and is like, yo, Hades, you're the worst. You kill people. I'm gonna take Persephone. She's gonna be my wife. And there's these two guys. Like, one of them is like his hype man or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Already off to
and-
a fantastic start.
Yeah, Hades is like, you just walked into my kingdom demanding my wife. No. Like,
You're
and
trying
it trapped
to
them in
cuck
stone.
me? You're a fucking
Yeah.
just dude.
He trapped them in stone eternally.
Okay. Funny.
On the other side of the spectrum is a similar-ish myth about this woman comes up to Persephone and is like, this woman named Mint, Minthe,
Yeah.
and this woman comes up to Persephone and is like, hey, like, I think it's a demon or something. She's like, hey, me and Hades do it all the time, and he actually said I was the most beautiful person he's ever seen.
So get fucked.
And she actually loves me, basically.
Yeah.
Persephone said, no, you're an idiot, and was immediately turned her into the plant known as mint,
Yeah.
and then proceeded to make mint tea and give it and like share it with Hades. Like, was like, Hades was like, oh, honey, I'm home. And she was like, hey, try this new tea I made. Like,
I got this great new plant.
yeah.
I love that that's one of the big things with myths, is either dudes being way too overconfident, or women just being a cunt with legs. You'd be surprised how often they combine, too.
Oh, I know.
Like, that's one of the big things, that's the the Ares and Aphrodite myth, too. Is that Aphrodite was supposed to marry Vulcan, but she fucking hated him, and Ares literally just walks in, cock out, and is like, let's bang. You're hot, I'm hot, let's do it. And she was like, fuck yeah, dude. And that was just the end of it.
My favorite is I think it was Garrick who talked to me about this myth, but it was when the gods discovered that Ares and Aphrodite were, like, banging. Their solution, like, their punishment, was to tie them both to a bed and leave.
Yeah. The initial idea is great, because eventually you'll get tired of banging. But also, they're gods. They don't.
No.
Like, this is what they're literally built for back in the days, is being, an overtly sexual thing that might also do something else on the side. Like, even Athena, the goddess of wisdom, was still, a lot of the times, in a lot of those myths, just a walking pussy.
Yeah. My favorite contradiction to that stereotype was Artemis.
Yeah.
And her myth with Aphrodite. Aphrodite, in case you didn't know this one, Aphrodite, being the all-powerful matchmaker she is, decided that, hey, you know who's lonely and is super depressed and should just die because they don't have love? Artemis.
Yeah. Aphrodite was the goddess of love, so...
Yeah. Artemis is very well documented to basically be asexual and aromantic.
That was a big thing back in Greek, was because they just did whatever. If you were gay, straight, didn't matter. But because of that, people who didn't bang that often were seen as like weirdos and outcasts.
Yeah.
Because it was just freely available. Why would you say no? A lot of people just didn't care.
No, yeah. So Aphrodite is like, goes up to Artemis, I think, and it's like, so who are you interested in? And Artemis is literally nobody.
Yeah. There is no one worthy.
Aphrodite is like, well, that's loads of crap, and makes this random schmuck, or it was either some random guy or like a prince or something like that, fall madly in love with Artemis.
Fantastic.
Artemis goes about her regular day-to-day stuff.
Yeah, hunting.
And in the heat of either hunting or like her fighting off something else, I can't remember, the guy who like is madly in love with her and following her around gets shot with an arrow and dies. And Artemis is just like, well, and Aphrodite becomes pissed, being like, what the heck, that was your future husband. And they get in a big like tiff over it. Yeah.
No, that was the whole thing. Aphrodite was shallow as shit, though.
I
still love the depictions. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with the original Golden Apple myth.
I'm not sure, but...
Are you familiar with the goddess Discordia?
Her name definitely rings a bell, but remind
Discordia was basically the embodiment of chaotic neutral. She just did whatever she did for fun. That's literally why her name's Discordia. Discord, chaos.
You're telling me she wasn't the goddess of Discord?
Kinda. Yeah,
but
so
not the gaming.
All of the gods and goddesses were like gathered for some party, right? A Greek, heaven party, whatever. And she got a golden apple and engraved on it "To the fairest" and just set it in the world.
I do know this myth, but keep going, please.
Yeah. And the big three, there were some others, but the big three competitors were Aphrodite, obviously, Athena, obviously,
of course,
and Zeus's wife, whose name kind of escapes me, actually.
Hera.
Hera, right. Heracles.
Heracles himself.
Yeah. And they all three had their reason. Aphrodite was like, I'm the fairest because I have the biggest titties.
Yeah,
basically.
100%.
She was the prettiest out of the three. And Athena was like, no, I'm the fairest because I still look great. Sure, not as good as you, but I've also got a brain on my head. Like, any guy that marries me, never gonna struggle again because he can just come to me for advice, which was fine for the Greeks. They would ask their wives.
Yeah.
It was the
Because
Romans.
they actually had decency, so like women, yeah.
And Hera was like, no. You're both idiots. I'm married to Zeus, and he's the strongest guy in the world, and he chose me. That makes me the best by default. And they fight over this golden apple. They get up to a lot of shenanigans. And at the end of the day, they're all pissed. Everyone's kind of mad at them because they're ruining, like, the whole world with their antics. Trying to get, like, followers to vote, basically, and do stupid shit. And Discordia comes along and just, like, takes away the apple out of nowhere. And the other three are like, oh, you stole it, or you stole it. Obviously somebody stole it. It's my goddamn apple. And they get into a huge fight. They find out Discordia did it. She has a chuckle. They eject her from heaven. And the story ends.
I've actually heard a different story, like a different version.
Yeah, there's several. Let me hear yours.
I've heard the one where Discordia gave the apple to a king, or just a peasant boy, or something.
The golden apple is like her signature move. So
yeah,
I'm not surprised.
And they offered him a bunch of stuff. Aphrodite offered him the most beautiful women. Athena offered him like his own battalion or something, or like to be the strongest force.
To have the most military in my head.
And Hera offered him not the hottest woman, but like the best wife or something like that.
You get to bang Zeus's wife.
Yeah, something like that. If I remember correctly, in secret he accepts all three, and then all three of them kill him.
Yeah, they all show up to get their apple. They find out. They're like, wait, what are you doing here? He took my offer. And they look at him and they're like, huh? Nah, you're not gonna. I absolutely love Discordia. Discordia, even today, still occasionally sees some use. Just because the word Discord sees some use. Like, even, from the highest thing to the lowest thing, and the highest thing we have, chaotic creatures. Like, we have fairies and stuff. Like, traditional fae. Not like Tinkerbell. But even in like kids media, we have like what was his fucking name? I don't remember. My Little Pony had a character named Discord who served the exact same role, and they did a couple of callbacks.
Oh, what was the guy you were trying to think of?
That was him. I was trying to think of his name.
Sorry, it sounded like you moved on.
No. No, that was what I was trying to think. Because I was like, they do callbacks to actual... Like, he shows up with a golden apple at some point. And that's a clear callback, and I loved seeing it.
My favorite mythological, like, not fact per se, but like, fun fact. Yeah. Tidbit, if you will, is linked to Hades, more actually specifically, well, Hades, but also more specifically his son.
Okay.
In the history of Greek mythology, there's all the different like starting points. There's all the different kinds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
they, with Hades, the first portion of this tidbit, Hades, both Hades and Persephone, because of whom they were given nicknames, because nobody wants to say Hades' name because he draws attention.
Yeah.
So
it worked like that was like the real devil. That's why no one refers to him as the Morning Star.
Yeah. So they referred to Lucifer as the Keeper of Souls and like another thing I can't remember, like Guardian or like King of Hell or something like that.
Yeah.
And they referred to Persephone and him as the Pale King and Queen.
King and Queen of the dead who turn pale.
Yeah. In the lineage of like the mythology, Persephone and by comparison the Pale Queen are mentioned extensively. Hades is not.
No.
And in the way Hades and Persephone are, and another reason why I love them so much is the fact that Hades and Persephone, not only are they a epic power couple, but they are literally a power couple. Like, yeah. Persephone has just as much power and influence in hell and the abilities that Hades has.
Yeah. It's the same reason you don't see much on, like, Poseidon, though. No one gives a shit about Poseidon. The same goes for people like Persephone, because you can learn something from Persephone.
But, so going back, it almost seems as if, like, who joined?
Garrett.
Oh, okay. Going back, it almost seems as if Hades, like, never ceased to exist, and it was just Persephone. However, looking in that sort of area, Hades might not have existed, but Poseidon actually took on the role of the keeper of the underworld in the lineage of Greek mythology. Not only was he the god of the sea and stuff like that, but he was also like the god of the underworld.
Considered god of just the stuff down below.
The other half of this tidbit is with Hades and Persephone's son, Zagreus.
Yes, I am aware.
Because the mythology is a little weird.
Yeah,
it's
not
either
just because no one knew what the fuck they were talking about.
The two big versions are either, well, I mean, I'll spoil it. Zeus had sex. Oh no. Zeus either had sex with a random chick and had a kid, or Zeus had sex with Persephone and they had a kid. So Hades is just not the father, no matter what. But they have a kid. He's like, well, I don't want a kid, not only because I don't want a kid, but also Hera will kill this child.
Yeah.
And so hands it to Persephone, and like either way, either it's her kid or it's the random chicks. But hands it to Persephone. Persephone and Hades are like, I'd imagine Hades was a little pissed that Zeus had sex with his wife, but I'm assuming, I like to believe that it was some random chick and they are just very good adopted parents. But
I have heard this before, and I've always heard that it was not a random chick, but one who appears in like another story somewhere, but like
she is a third party character in another story. But
background Sonic character tier.
Yeah, basically. So they take this kid, and Zagreus, he grows up to be the son of Hades and Persephone and like the prince of hell and all that stuff.
Yeah.
However, because of, again, the super fun thing of tracing back lineage of things, Zagreus is also simultaneously Dionysus. Because
the god of debauchery.
The god of debauchery and wine.
Yeah.
Because going backwards, like Zagreus linked with like Zeus and Persephone, and like this, like the mentions of his name, Zagreus, like the name slowly starts to change into a different version of Dionysus. There's actually like two versions. there's the I am like not the two versions, but like the going backwards almost, or like backwards to forwards. There is Zagreus, which is like I am the Prince of Hell. There is I don't remember their name, but it's basically like Dionysus 0.5, where it's like I am half the Prince of Hell, but I'm also like super stoned. And then there's actual Dionysus,
The real one this time.
where it's the real one, the OG.
I don't remember who he split up to, because they did when they went to Roman. Roman paganism was just Greek paganism to electrical. And Dionysus became Bacchus.
Yeah.
I don't know if Zagreus got a counterpoint.
I actually am almost positive he did. Zagreus is sadly very not spoken about or well known.
Yeah, it's just
he has a singular myth, and it is just his birth, and that's it.
He never did anything. He wasn't seen as he wasn't a deity you would worship. You would throw like coins to or something. Like Hades, they worship because they were afraid. Persephone, they worship because he was Hades, or she was Hades' wife, so they were also afraid.
And also like a life goddess.
Yeah. And then all the other gods they worship because they actively did something. Like Artemis was worshipped by hunters because they thought, if I worship the best hunter to exist, she'll come on me and I'll get some of that knowledge, and I can do that. That was not a joke. A lot of the people who worshipped gods thought they might one day be able to tap it. That went for generally males didn't think that way with male gods. The male gods, the male Greeks were promiscuous. They would get with males all the time. But male,
I was actually just about to say, I was like, male Greeks were completely open with whomever. Like,
for the most part, obviously, it works like it does today. Like some are straight, some are straight up gay.
But for
the most part,
just like the gods themselves.
Yeah.
Like,
I was saying
Aphrodite is the goddess of love for all love.
A lot of them, like very few myths depict same-sex relationships between the gods, though. And I found that really interesting, considering I wonder today if that is a thing the Romans dealt with, because they basically recorded Greek history, like they took it over.
Yeah.
So if the Romans decided something didn't belong, we today would not see it.
I think there's a myth about Aphrodite, and I think it's Hera or Athena getting to them.
It was probably Athena.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Zeus was the kind of person, like, Zeus got around, but if Hera ever did anything, he was on her, like, final race.
But
I remember the one time she tried without him, it just became fucking Hephaestus, and it was just an ugly baby, so she chucked
yeah.
Gross.
But I my favorite thing about Hades, I think, and in turn, also in a similar fashion, the same way why I like Loki, because in traditional Nordic mythology, Loki is more like Hades. No, he is the horned god, which is actually a little more like the Reaper, like the Grim Reaper type deal.
Fun fact for you here, too. He and Cernunnos come from the same deity that split out when they sailed. So
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
I do remember telling James why Cernunnos got cancelled by the Catholic Church.
That is actually why Loki became the horned god, was because Cernunnos was just a beast man with horns. But when they transitioned, quote unquote, to Norse, like when they adapted to each other, they saw that as a dude with bestial features, which is where the whole shapeshifter thing comes into play with Loki too.
Yeah.
So fun fact.
But anyways, but the same way I like Loki in the sense where he feels that I am death but cool. Like I'm kind.
Hit.
Yeah, like I love Hades and kind of like Loki because almost because of how badly Christianity messed it up.
Christians
where it's like
them hard.
Yeah, where it's like, oh man, we need like a devil-like figure Well, here's this guy who rules over the souls of the damned.
Yeah.
All right.
That was.
Meanwhile, he is the nicest and like the most stable and relatable god on the entire mythos. Like,
I absolutely love to pieces Loki's myths. Everything from like the guy with the horse or the bricklayer. I don't know if you remember that one. That was
I think so.
Yeah.
Was that the one where he was disguised as the woman, or the one where he disguised Thor as a woman?
Hang on. You're wrong on both counts. So the it's not.
That's a different myth. Is when Thor's disguised as a woman.
It's not the mountain. It's not like Athens and all that. It's the Norse big place where all the gods live. I forget the name.
Asgard.
Asgard. Thank you. Asgard needed walls for the Jotuns because they were dicks and they were at war literally 24/7. And the gods, for the most part, were lazy bumpkins that did not want to fight Jotuns 24/7.
What? No.
He's absolutely fair.
Yeah, fun fact, by the way, to just a little bit of a tangent here, I still find it really funny that a lot of the gods were depicted as super warriors. Like, you think Thor, like, what? Thor is just made for battle. And one of Thor's, like, major myths is that he dressed up as a woman to ambush a bunch of Jotuns.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. Absolutely bonkers.
I think my favorite part about that myth is the fact that because remember, it was Loki's idea, or at least Loki helped him out with it.
It was Loki's idea.
That's right.
Yeah.
It wasn't Loki's idea. That is something we all Mandela affected. I read this recently. In the myth, Loki and Thor were talking, and they don't say whose idea it is. It is implied that it was Loki's idea. But the thing is, Thor put no effort into his disguise. It was the funniest thing.
Oh yeah.
Because they slapped a dress on him and tied his hair back. They didn't even shave his beard.
No. Well, to be fair though, like, women were okay with having, like, if you had a mustache as a woman back then, it was okay. So, and the Jotuns were stupid. They're not gonna know any better. But yeah, back on the main myth here we were talking about. No more fun facts. Sorry. Asgard needed, like, defenses, like walls and shit. And a bricklayer, a singular bricklayer, his horse and his cart, came up and was like, I will build this, and it'll cost you this much. I don't remember the amounts, but it was something, like, really ludicrous. But he was the best bricklayer in the world. And the gods, like, talked about it. They're like, okay, leave, let's talk about it. And Loki had the good idea. He was like, let's say we'll pay him double, but if he doesn't finish in a month, he gets nothing and still has to finish the work. And they were like, that's stupid. That's already a lot of money. What if he doesn't? And Loki was like, no. He won't be able to fucking do it in a month? Do you know how big this place is? And the gods, you know, they're like, okay, yeah, you're probably right. We'll agree to that. So the guy comes back in, they tell him the terms, and he's like, yeah, okay, I'll take that deal. You know. So he starts working. And he's got, like, a week left, and the gods convene a meeting, and they're like, he's gonna be done in, like, 5 days, which is under that month period. So they call Loki back, and they're like, you're a motherfucker. You said he wouldn't be able to do it. What the hell is this? He's doing it. And you can't pay for it. That means we are gonna have to pay for it. And he's like, don't worry. I've got this. So he turns into a horse. A female horse. And uses his sweaty horse pussy, I guess, to lead the bricklayer's horse, pulling his cart of materials away for, like, the whole week. So the bricklayer now has to carry everything by hand, which is way slower, so he doesn't finish in time. He obviously knew the gods did a trick and is mad about it, but it's the deal. He can't flake on it. And then Loki gets impregnated by that horse, remains a horse for the entire term, and then gives birth to Odin's six-legged horse, which he then rides around on from that point forward.
Please remind me what his horse's name is, because I can't.
I have no fucking idea. Yes, Sleipnir.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Is it 6 or 8 legs?
It's more than 4. I can tell you that.
I have that.
You learn enough mythologies.
No, it's
they all
8
kind
legs,
of
I
blend
believe.
together.
Wasn't there a thing where someone was supposed to marry one of the gods, and it's like, dude, we can't let this troll marry one of our gods?
No, it was Freya.
Yeah, it was Freya. Like, we can't let this guy marry Freya, and Loki's like, don't worry, buddy, I got this.
He swags his eyebrows, fucks it all up.
Like, transforms into Freya and just fucks him. And it's like, surprise, it's me, get out of here.
Shove off now, kid.
Aw, man, you got me.
Nah. That was, I remember, like, all the punishments in the world, right, when it comes to myths, they're pretty fucking brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Atlas has to literally hold the world up on his shoulders.
Prometheus is fucking worse in that mythology. He's
Loki...
chained to a rock to have his liver eaten every day.
Oh, yeah.
Loki had the worst of it, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Do you remember
that one was
Loki's?
terrible.
He
Yes.
was tied up so that he couldn't move in, like, the hollow of some tree, and a venomous snake that was given, like, eternal life was put above him and also tied up, so that every single second on the dot, it would drip venom right into Loki's eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's, like, horrible.
Was it his wife or something like that? Got a bowl.
Yeah, to hold the venom. But she had to dump it every now and again. So, and she got tired too, like, she wasn't perfect.
Yeah, no, she wasn't able to hold it there all the time, she had to sleep.
Yeah. So he was just every now and again stuck there.
Yeah, I assume he appreciated the thought.
I assume he was batshit insane, like, after 10 minutes.
I had no happy thought. Like, the thing is, did they do that because he did something, or because Odin was like, he's going to cause Ragnarok?
No, Loki was never going to cause Ragnarok.
I know his kids were.
His kids were the big thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Loki himself was never, like, a bad guy. He was just... He was kind of a dick, but... He was on the side of, like, Fenrir and all those when Ragnarok came, simply because he was their dad.
Yeah.
The way he saw it, he was like, well, they're my kids, I can't stab them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it sucks that we're fighting, but, like, yeah, he's a monster, but also...
Yeah. I like the one thing with Tyr and the reason why he doesn't have his arm. Like, the basic breakdown of it was, listen, we're just gonna tie you up in this, like, golden rope, and it's gonna be fine. He's like, alright, but I don't trust you guys, so one of you needs to put their hand in my mouth. And if this rope binds me, I'm going to bite their hand off. That sounds like a good deal. I was like, alright, yeah, Tyr, go in there. Tyr's like, wait, hold on, I have to put my hand there?
No, Tyr volunteered for it.
Oh, shit.
Tyr was the god of justice.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize he volunteered for it. I thought they volunteered him.
No, someone had to do it, and he said, you know what? What we're doing to him is pretty fucking shitty. If this is the price somebody has to pay, I will pay it.
So yeah, he puts his hand in the mouth, and surely enough, they're trying to bind him.
Yeah.
I don't remember, like, I know the binding is not permanent. Like, he can break out of it eventually if he gets...
He was supposed to break out of it on the day of Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Like, that was the first sign, was when he finally breaks his binds. That's the end.
Yeah. Because, like, Fenrir has 2 kids, doesn't he?
I have no idea.
Because I know part of it was, like...
Fenrir's never been, like, my big cup of tea. He's always just... Because he's just the catalyst for their Armageddon.
Yeah.
Which has some good stories, but it itself doesn't have any tidbits of wisdom to share.
From what I remember, it is, of course, the Ouroboros, will swallow the earth. Like, he stopped chasing his tail and was like, yeah, no, this thing looks tasty.
I don't think it was the Ouroboros. The Ouroboros is the snake eating itself. It's based on that
Yeah,
depiction,
that is.
I don't think its name was the Ouroboros.
I don't remember its actual name.
It's, I think it starts with an S.
The Norse
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the world snake is what it's called. Jormungandr is his name.
Oh, of
Yeah,
course.
that's why I wouldn't remember. It's not fucking an actual name.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna head out.
No, you're not.
Alright.
I am.
No, you're not.
James,
We haven't
do you
even
like the
played-
thing I sent you?
We haven't even played Wind Waker yet.
You guys never got around to playing Wind Waker?
No, we were busy
What do you mean
talking.
never got around? We've been playing it this whole time.